And then conversion, how do you automate turning a connection? Somebody's interested in what you're talking about. How do you convert that into an actual sale? So let's just give a quick example. Maybe a customer finds your website on Google. They're typing, they're typing a relevant query into Google. Your website comes up. They land on your website and they see actually you're giving away a valuable freebie. So I don't know, maybe you're in the legal space and your freebie is, look, these are the 10 things you need to consider before you create a will or something like that. Maybe it's estate planning, something like that. There's an automated email series that sends you more free content. So you've signed up for that. And you've probably seen this stuff before, whether you know what's going on behind the background or not, I don't know. But you'll have gone through this pipeline in somebody else's website. So automated email series that sends more free content and then gradually warms you up for a limited time offer on the course. So you've got your course, you've warmed them up, you've kind of proved your value, and then you make an offer for the course. Some people will buy, most people won't, but some will. And then you keep the non-buyers warm with kind of automated emails. Now, there's a warning attached there. All of this to get right, it takes time, experimentation, what I call digital marketing smarts. There's definitely some effort required up front, and few businesses are 100% passive. But the way to get it working is you make sure that your basic offer, what you're selling, is working well, people are interested in it, and then you look to automate. So just to very quickly show you what I mean by nothing's entirely passive. If somebody finds your website via Google, it usually means you've had to create a bunch of content that's indexed and turns up in search results. So that's not passive. You have to do that, but you can do it up front. Signing up with an email to get a freebie, you've got to create that freebie. The automated email series, you've got to write that series. Obviously, you've got to build your course, and then you need to build these other emails. But the point is, once that's all done, it then can, in theory, run pretty much on autopilot. Okay, so talked a lot about just why you might want to create a course, kind of the mechanics of how it works, but not everybody is suited to creating a course. So what does it really take to create a successful course? Because part of what I'm about is making sure that people go into this with their eyes open. And actually, when I have conversations with people, more often than not, I find myself persuading them not to create a course rather than persuading them to create a course. I think the benefits are great, but it's not for everybody. So let's see, what does it really take? Well, the first C, the C of create, is for content. So you need to be able to create and deliver engaging and effective content. You don't have to be a maestro. You don't have to be like, a YouTube influencer. But if you hate being in front of a camera, if you're rubbish at writing, if you, the idea of sort of putting a teacher's hat on and walking people through a process, like being in front of the blackboard, if you hate the whole idea of that, it's possible that course creation isn't ideal for you. There are routes. You could hire somebody else to do it, but ultimately people want to learn from the person behind the business. At least I found that to be the case. The R is for reach. You need to be able to reach people who might buy your course. Way too many people create a course and they're super proud of it and they start shouting about it and nobody's interested. And that might be because they picked the wrong topic, but it might also be that they're just not connected to the people that might buy the course on social media or email or whatever it is. They're out there, they know they're out there, but they're not just going to flock around, like wasps around a picnic when your course goes live. You need to be able to sort of reach them, get their attention and entice them in. The third piece, the E, is for empathy. So you really need to understand your customers' problems and goals. So if you are working with people one-to-one, this should be a breeze because you already know those people really, really well. You're already solving their problems. But if you don't understand, this is standard marketing, really. If you really don't understand what's going on inside the head of your prospect, you're going to struggle to address the problems the challenges that they're dealing with. And also on the marketing side, you're really going to struggle to get them interested. You need to talk in their terms and their language. The next piece is authority. So I don't want you to get too caught up on this, but you need to be perceived as knowledgeable by your target audience. That doesn't mean you're a published author. It doesn't mean you're a world-renowned speaker, but it does mean if I think, oh, this course is quite interesting, I'm going to go and check out this person's website. If the website has nothing to do with your course, or it doesn't look like the website of somebody who has spent time in this topic, maybe even has a few testimonials and things like that, you probably going to struggle to sign up completely new people. There may be people that you know and trust, but if somebody encounters you for the first time, they're going to want to do a bit of that due diligence and just make sure that you are, you're the real deal. You're not just somebody creating a thin course to make some money. There's technology. So I've said you need to be comfortable with online tools and technologies. Again, you don't need to be a total whiz, but if you really struggle with Gmail or the idea of setting up a couple of automated emails on MailChimp or something like that, if that freaks you out, again, online courses may not be the best thing, just because course technology platforms, they're really coming along. A lot of them are very easy to use, but there's still a basic level of tech that you need to get to grips with. Now, the asterisk here is just to say the exception is if you can afford or want to outsource that to somebody else. So if there's somebody in your life who's super techie and they can do all that stuff. In fact, we've got a client at the moment who's her husband does all the tech and she does the content and the coaching and all of that, then you can get away with it. But somebody somewhere has to be on top of the tech. And if it's not you, you're probably paying somebody else. And the E is for experience. And that means that you've touched on this a little bit, but you need to have some experience getting real world results. So if you're in business already and you're working with people, then you're saying, look, I've helped all these people, but every time I did it, it was taking my time. So I want to package that up into a course that does at least some of that on, without using my time. But if you don't know how to get results for people, then it's going to be difficult to get results for people via a course. So I think too many people operate in the theoretical and think they've got all this knowledge that they can share and these ideas on, how people could, I don't know, lose weight or get a promotion or any of those things. But unless they've got some real world experience doing it, then their course is going to be somewhat theoretical. Okay, let's look at, we're sort of in the final stretch here. I know I've blasted through a little bit, so feel free to grab a drink. I know I will. Okay, so what I want to do is just give you an overview of really what it looks like to launch a course, because you may not know the steps. And also there may be some little tweaks that make it a bit easier than you think it might be. So let's get into that now. Step one, clarify the destination. This is where your course is taking people. And there are 3 simple bits to this. You want to get really clear on your audience. Okay. A lot of people struggle with this. You might have heard, your ideal customer, your customer avatar, all of those sorts of things. There's a lot of stuff you can read on the web about that. I'm not going to try and drill too much into that. What I would say is that the audience for your course may not be exactly the same as the audience for your business. It may be a subset of that. Maybe it's more of a beginning crowd compared to the people that you normally deal with. So just think that it's not always a one-to-one correlation. What's their end goal? What do they really, really want? Do they want, the 6-figure copywriting dream? Do they want to build a thriving coaching practice? Do they want to be, be fit and healthy and full of energy into their 80s and 90s? What's their ultimate end goal that you're going to help them a little bit on that path? And where will you personally take them with your course? That's this idea of what I call the leap. So be very clear what that is. And remember, as I said, you're not trying to deliver the whole journey, because that's a bit tough and unreasonable. Next step, sorry, I skipped over that. Step 2 is map out the milestones. So you know where they are, the end point. So what does that journey look like? And the reason that it's useful to do that is that partly so that you know what course to create or what the modules need to look like, but also having a clear roadmap makes the journey feel more achievable to the student. And often even before they're inside the course, you'll say, this is what the course will teach you. So in the copywriting example, it might be, right, first thing we're going to teach you, you need to understand the basics of copywriting. And then the next piece we're going to teach you is, what a good copywriter website looks like, because you're going to need that to generate leads. And the next thing we're going to teach you is where you go out looking for work. And then we're going to teach you how to, negotiate with clients. And you have all of these steps. And what that means is that although that end goal might still look a bit distant and unachievable, when people can see that how it breaks down, they go, oh yeah, okay, I can see I could probably make that first step. And if I made that first step, that second step would probably be realistic. And it seems like it's more doable and more realistic. And they believe that you can deliver that result. And the audience will already have an idea of the steps in their mind, okay? They may not nail it exactly, but the closer your roadmap matches what they already think is going to be required to get to that result, the better, because they'll be nodding along and agreeing with your approach. And the secret here, Course Creator secret, such that it is work backwards from the destination. So rather than start at the starting point and go, where do I need to go next to sort of hit that destination? It's much better to go, what's one step just before the final big result where everything's got, and then work back. And that tends to be a lot more effective than working forward. Okay, next piece, once you've got your roadmap, that's all very well, it shows the students where you're going, but there's still no course there yet, is you want to create your course curriculum. And I think that your course curriculum is a blueprint for moving students along the roadmap. So that the roadmap is sort of the where, and the blueprint is the how. And it's getting a little bit technical here. This is part of my method, if you like, but I think each course asset, so, video or whatever, assignments, quizzes that you've got in your course, each asset should exist to give what I call a bump to students, should bump them along that roadmap. And it's called a bump because it's either shifting their beliefs, so what they believe is possible for them. Somebody isn't going to make six figures as a copywriter if they don't believe that they have what it takes to do that. Understanding, so these are the crucial concepts they need to get there. Maybe they believe they can do it, but if they're lacking, the ability to write a good headline, then they're going to struggle as a copywriter. You've got mastery, which is learning new skills. So this is practicing and practicing until you actually get pretty good at the things required to get to that end result. So to switch industry completely, if it was some kind of healthy eating course, then a skill might be, menu planning, that kind of stuff. And it would take a little while to get to grips with that, but that would be a skill. And then the final piece is progress. That's real world results. It's all very well believing the right stuff, understanding the right stuff, mastering new skills, but you could have all of that and still not be any closer to your end goal. You could believe you can lose weight, understand the concepts behind weight loss, master the skills of meal planning, but still not have lost an ounce from where you are. So the final piece is progress, the actual real world results that show progress on that journey. And that's the real key. If you can push people along the progress curve, you're really having an impact with your course. And the essential building blocks for doing this are lessons. So, me getting up in front of a camera, teaching a lesson or putting together a slide deck like I'm doing now, I can teach the concepts and maybe reinforce or create some positive beliefs. Then exercises, which is like spend an hour writing 100 headlines. That builds valuable skills. It's kind of repetitive, but it builds those sort of useful muscles. Assignments, like go away and do this, are help you produce results. So for instance, if my course was about getting your ideal job, an assignment might be, right, well, you know what a good CV looks like. Well, go away and write a really good CV for yourself, because that is going to be progress. You're going to need that to get to the next point. And then the last piece of resources. So resources could be all sorts of things. It's a little bit of a catch-all here, but it could be a quiz. It could be a checklist. It could be a list of links to other useful resources. But they're there really to make all those other things either clearer, faster, or easier. So they're like rocket fuel for the lessons, exercises, and assignments. Okay, so step 4, pick your course platform. Now, the concept of a platform, it's got lots of different meanings in different contexts. I'm really talking about the software that supports your course. So your platform handles organizing your curriculum and hosting the content. So there's somewhere that somebody can log on and see all of your lessons laid out in a lesson plan and watch the videos. It controls access. So right people, right content, right time. So it doesn't let people in who haven't paid. It shows the right content for the course people have paid for. And right time just means sometimes you drip out the content and you can't see week 10 if you're only in week 1, and your platform handles all of that. It also handles payment and enrollment. You want to make sure that if somebody buys your course, you're not manually checking your PayPal account and then letting them into the course. A platform will do all that for you automatically, which is a big part of that passive income piece. Everything, as far as possible, needs to be automated. But there's a problem here. This icon is supposed to be a deer caught in the headlights. Beware platform paralysis. There are dozens of good platforms to choose from out there. You may have heard of some of them. There's Teachable, Thinkific, Kajabi, Razuku, LearnDash, New Zenler. Honestly, there are dozens of them, and it's got to the point where a lot of them are really quite good. So it's impossible to compare them all. Even if you try to compare them side by side, you'd go crazy. You can't really compare apples with apples. But don't worry, if you're a first-time course creator, it's not a decision for life. It's not the end of the world if you launch on one platform and then switch to another. So I say that the best platform for you is, well, whatever gets you up and running. Okay, so if you're on WordPress and there's a WordPress plugin that you know a bit about, then do that. Anything you're already familiar with. So for instance, you may have taken some courses and signed up for a friend's course and you like how it hangs together and they tell you it's on Thinkific. So maybe look at Thinkific if you're already predisposed to that. And also just one that minimizes your monthly costs. You don't know how successful your course is going to be before you launch it. So you don't want to sign up for something that's like £200 a month, because if it's not successful, that's going to burn into your cash reserves pretty quickly. And now then down the line, there might be a very good reason to be paying that much for course hosting. But to start with, try and have something that is pretty cost effective. And actually, again, conversation for another time, but Facebook these days even has free kind of course hosting up until a point. You can create a private group, nominate it a social learning platform, and you can deliver videos and people can check them complete and all of that. So it's not perfect by any means. And I know a lot of people kind of don't want to be too embedded in Facebook, but it is free and it's pretty good, and it's a good way to test things out. So yeah. I don't know whether you noticed the deer in the headlight now has shades on, so he's less dazzled by platform paralysis. Okay, step 5, you want to build just enough content to launch. Now, this may be a new concept to you. You don't have to build your entire site before selling it, okay? Seems a bit weird, but there are other models like, you can buy a house that isn't finished yet, you buy it off plan, all of that. It's a similar idea here. The just-in-time approach works like this. You could build just enough content up front to keep your students busy for, say, 1 or 2 weeks. Depends on the program, depends on your speed at creating the stuff, but this is just an example. You could then promote your course casually on social media just to gauge the level of interest. And then once you've got a few people on board, you can build the content just in time, guided by what students need. And you know what? When you gauge the level of interest, there's no interest, you've completely missed the topic, you've misread the signs, then you've only built 1 or 2 weeks worth of content. And actually, it's an experiment. And if you then don't go ahead with the course, at least you haven't wasted all the time it would have taken you to create all that other content. So once you've created a bit of content, to extend that principle, you can launch what I call launching to a beta. Americans would say beta audience, because the first version of your course will always suck, at least a little bit. And I'm attributing that to anybody who's ever actually built a course. In fact, there's a model, or at least a theory that goes, if you're not a bit embarrassed by the first version of your course, then you spent too long on it, because you can always fix it once it's launched. But if you spend too much time, you're always in this development mode. So beta launch, what does it look like? You're trying to enroll a small group of beta students just for the first launch, okay? Again, prove the concept, but also get some really good feedback. You could do it, just done this with a client, offer 50% off the regular price and then free access to a future version. So you go on Facebook and you say, just create a new course, really proud of it. It is the first version. It will have a few kinks in it. But if you sign up now for 50% off, on the understanding that you'll give me some feedback, then whatever happens to the course, whatever enhancements it has in the future, you will get those for no extra money. And that was pretty successful. We had a target of getting 10 people on board under that model with some very casual social media promotion, and we got 17, I think, in the end. Use minimal marketing and leverage your existing connections. So you're not running Facebook ads, you're not doing a massive push, you're just going on LinkedIn and building up a little bit of buzz or wherever else you're connected, and doing it that way. And that comes back to the reach thing I mentioned before. If you can't reach a few people that would buy your course at half price, then you've got to think whether you've got the connections required yet to make a successful course. And then step 7, review, revise, and relaunch. So review, gather as much feedback from those students as possible. You want to create additional content to fill any serious gaps. So this is what I mean, like if people get into your course and immediately they, at some point they just hit a roadblock, you can't really say, well, it's a beta version, bad luck. You need to create content that fills that serious gap to keep people moving. But also make a list of future improvements. There might be things where people say, I liked it, but it would be better if this video didn't go on so long, or I was a bit confused by this. Make a list of those things for the future version. Before the next launch, you want to revise it. So revise the curriculum, but just those kind of essential changes. Recreate any live content as pre-recorded lessons. So in that beta launch, you might actually be creating the lessons live by doing a workshop. But I always find that if you buy a course that's supposed to be all pre-packaged and all you're watching is an old live recording with other students in that you don't know, you seem a little bit, feels a bit cheated, or I feel a bit cheated. So re-record some of that and just add a little bit more polish to make it look a bit slicker for that proper launch. And then relaunch it. Use testimonials from your beta set of students to help promote it. All these nice things people have said about my course. You can create a more sophisticated marketing funnel, which is all those automatic emails and things that I spoke about before, a slick sales page, that kind of stuff. And then relaunch your course at full price. So if it was 50 quid, you launch it at 99. If it was 500, you launch it at 1,000. And there we go. We are done. I just wanted to quickly recap the points because I know it was a bit of a whirlwind tour. I just wanted to give you lots of stuff to think about. Quick summary. Online courses, particularly as a small business owner, can help you create more time, money, and impact in your business. I think that's particularly helpful if you are, you're doing well, but there aren't any more hours in the day and you'd quite like a rest or to make a bit more money. Mini, and maxi courses are different types of courses, are different beasts. They have different benefits and they have different levels of commitment from you. People who are successful at this, successful course creators, have a bunch of skills and abilities, or at least are willing to develop them. So the content skills, the reach, empathy, the authority, tech, and that kind of stuff. And you don't need to build your entire course before selling it. A lot of people think you do. It's a riskier approach just in terms of your own time. You could spend 3 months building something that nobody wants. So build a little and then try and sell it. But once you have built it, so cast away these ideas of retiring to your desert island. You're probably not going to make, hundreds of thousands of pounds with your first launch, but you then have an asset that you've built that probably doesn't require a lot of maintenance that you can then sell and build upon for many years to come. And it's a digital asset, so it costs nothing to replicate. Okay, so what's next? Well, if you want to find out a little bit more or get more into this, if you go to evolve.biz/expo, there's a few things that you can get from me. This whole slide deck is a PDF. I did go a bit fast, so if you want to review that at your leisure, I can provide that as a download. I've got a list of 100 plus course creator tips that I've assembled. I mean, this is literally sort of 10 years worth of course creation experience distilled down into a very pithy list of tips. I believe anybody interested in creating a course will learn something from. And there's also a link, if you do want to go a bit deeper, to book a free Course Clarity Zoom call with me, where no pressure, no hard selling, anything like that. But if you want to talk about your course goals, let's have a chat for 45 minutes and I'll see if I can give you some insights. So, any questions? I know we don't have much time left. We might have a few minutes for questions. How are we doing, Catherine?
Yeah, we're doing absolutely fine. I really, really enjoyed that. That was really interesting. Thank you. That was fantastic.
You're most welcome. I can't. I'm worried about looking at the chat. Is there anything in the chat? If not, we can pick up on it
There's
later.
not anything in the chat at the moment.
No worries.
If anything obviously gets added, or we get any questions from the YouTube and things like that, then we will of course let you know, Glenn. You can follow up from there.
Okay, fantastic. Well, I know you've got another speaker to get to. So happy to leave this slide up for as long as you want. But yeah, when you need to shut it down, shut it down.
That's absolutely fantastic. Yeah, if you want to unshare your screen, and you can dial out when you're ready. That's fantastic. Thank you, Glenn. That was brilliant.
Okay, well, for anybody who's watching, thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it. Some stuff here to follow up on, and yeah, have a brilliant rest of your week and enjoy the rest of the expo, which I'm sure is going to be fantastic. Thanks, Catherine, for being such an able host. Okay, this is me signing off. Bye.
Thank you, Glenn. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Mark, you okay?
There we
You
go.
are. Hello. Are you okay?
I'm fine, thank you. Yes.
Good, good, good. Just to let you know, so obviously we're recording and live streaming throughout the whole day. We're not kind of chopping and stopping and starting and all the rest. So yeah, we're just going to keep it going throughout the whole day. Just to make you aware, as I'm letting kind of all the speakers know, is that if you see a low attendance on the call, don't panic, because people can join in the auditorium and basically watch the live stream. So they might not necessarily click join the Zoom, but they are still watching. Okay. So don't panic. People are definitely watching.
Can you hear me? Is my sound all right?
Yeah, it's absolutely perfect.
Okay. Shall we test the screen share?
Yeah, of course. Let me make you co-host. There we go. You should have full control now.
Okay. Let me know. How's that?
I can see your screen.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you want to just flick on, like, is it a presentation? Is there like a next page or anything, just so we can make sure that works, or is it just that one?
Can you see it moving?
Yes, I can. Yeah, fantastic.
So it does. I can do this as well. So is that transferring? Okay.
It is. Yes, I can see that. That's brilliant.
Sometimes I just zoom in and out of the Miro board, but it does have a little bit of a lag on it. So can you see me moving around?
I can indeed. Yes. Yeah, that's working perfectly.
So I noticed that my picture appears at the top right hand of the screen for Glenn's presentation just now. So I'll need to be mindful. But can you see me at the top of the screen, or am I? What do you see now?
Yeah, no, so what I do when I join a Zoom, I click at the top top right. There's a button called view, and I always exit full screen, and then you can see the page and all the visitors at the top, so it doesn't kind of cover up any of the presentation. So yeah, that's fine. I can see it perfectly.
Okay, excellent. And do you monitor chat if there is any?
Great.
Do you
Yes,
monitor?
so obviously if any chats go in, obviously you can answer those. You know, if you wanted to, when you finished your presentation, you come to the end, you can address any questions in the chat.
Okay.
But equally, if we can send you because we'll save the chats at the end of each session, so we can send that over to you if there is anything in there, you know, people wanting to follow up and things like that.
Okay, so I'll keep the chat open there just in case I see anything. Right, I've stopped sharing, so
Yeah,
I should be big now. Am I big now?
Yes, you're big now. So yeah, we've got about 5 minutes before your slot. So if you wanted to kind of like turn your camera off and crack on with anything, feel free.
Okay.
But equally, you can stay there or ask me any questions that you've got.
No, I'm fine. I'll go and grab a bit more water. Excellent. I'll leave this
Brilliant.
open.
Yeah, I think I'll fill my
on.
water bottle as well.
I'll leave this on,
yeah, no problem.
and I'll come back just before 11.
No problem at all.
Cool.
Water bottle all filled up, ready to go. It's very, very hot out there today, isn't it?
It is, yeah. We had our garden transformed last year. Yeah, and we've got a clubhouse and that stays at 19 degrees if we want it to. So we're often fighting to see who gets to work in there.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's brilliant. Yeah, I don't usually like suffer with the heat. I'm usually a cold person, but I've got my window wide open. I've got my fan on.
Yeah, a fan behind me. I'm using this thing. I don't know if you heard of it, called Krisp.
No.
KRISP. It's a noise reduction tool for Zoom, and it cuts out everything other than your voice.
Oh, wow, that's brilliant.
Yeah, I'm using it now, and there's drilling outside. There are dogs on the sofa. There are people walking around the house, but you shouldn't be able to hear them. It's very clever.
Oh, wow. No, that's really good.
Yeah,
Is it an app that you download, or is
yeah,
it like, yeah?
it's free. You get 200 hours, I think, a month free. It's krisp.ai if you want to have a look.
Yeah,
Okay.
write that down. That's brilliant. Yeah, I'll have a little look at that. Fantastic. Okay, so we'll just give it another minute just to see if anyone does actually join the Zoom, or they may just be sat in the auditorium, and then we will make the start. Okay, so we're at 1 minute past, so we will make a start. Okay, so welcome everyone to Digital Age Expo. We are in the webinar hall today. Got some amazing speakers coming on throughout the day. Just before I hand over to our guest speaker, I just want to make you aware that we are recording the session for those that are unable to make this specific time slot, and it will be going onto YouTube. There's also the live stream. So if you're sat currently in the auditorium just watching it on live stream, feel free to click the Join Now button, just so you can get involved in any interactive activities that are happening throughout the session. Okay, so I'm delighted to be able to hand over to our guest speaker, Mark Walmsley, who is the co-founder of the award-winning social enterprise created agency called Chuffed. And Mark's going to be doing a talk on how to create a remarkable brand. Okay, so over to you, Mark.
Thank you very much, Catherine. That's very kind. And hello, everybody. Yep, my name's Mark Walmsley, and I'm a brand strategist. And I'm one of the co-founders of Chuffed, which, as Catherine said, is a social enterprise creative agency. And we are based in Essex. And today I'd like to talk you through the process of how to create a remarkable brand. If you can't hear me for any reason, or if you can't see anything clearly enough, then do please pop something in the chat and I'll be able to spot that. So when we're helping startups or scale up businesses, or businesses shaking up in response to the current climate in the last 18 months, we offer a workshop which is over 2 90-minute sessions, and it's designed to help a business understand what makes it different, what makes it better, and what makes it remarkable. And we use a brand discovery worksheet as the basis for this. So what I'll do now is I'll share my screen, and what I'd like to do is to go through as if we'll do a fast track workshop. So if you'd like to interact, do by all means in the chat, but you might want to grab a notepad so that you can scribble down some of your answers in this. So I'm just going to share the screen now. If for any reason it's not clear, do please let us know. So here we have our brand discovery worksheet. As I said, it forms the basis of what we use when we're doing a workshop for a startup or a scale up. I'll zoom out so that you can see the whole thing. Oops, there we go. So this is the board in its entirety, and what I'd like to do is to zoom in to the various sections that we go through when we're working with a business. The first section is section 1, and this is where this is the basics, this is the fundamentals. So I'll just go through each of these now, and I'll zoom in so that you can see what we're looking at. So the first question we ask is what is your business? I often get frustrated if I see a van or a truck driving through the high street and on its side it says JJ Smith and Sons and a phone number. And I have no idea whether you're a funeral director or a gardener. So give me a clue. So this is for that bit, really. What is it that your business is? So we did a workshop yesterday for a garden designer who has a retail outlet for high-end garden furniture. So he is a provider and installer of luxury garden furniture for discerning homeowners. That's all we need to know at the start of that process. We have this concept called the hairpin technique. So, and the base, the premise for the hairpin technique is not to try and impart more information than you need to at any given time. I'm sure you get them like I do, messages on LinkedIn or by email from people you've never met, you haven't a clue who they are, you've no idea about their company or their reputation or if they're any good at what they do, but they're expecting you to read acres and acres of text. Sorry, you've got to help me out here. Why would I read that? So this is the first one, really. It's a little bit like the Ron Seal statement, does what it says on the tin. But that's the first W of our W. So what is it? So be precise there. The next section we use is who. Who is this for? And who are you? So our client yesterday was an award-winning garden designer with 20 years experience. That's him. And the who for him is discerning homeowners at the higher end, because some of the equipment that he sells is beautiful and fantastic quality, but it's really quite pricey. So so that's the next one. So work around who is it for? Who is it for, and who are we? The next W we go on to is the why, and this is where it starts getting interesting. Why are we doing this? Why is it that we're doing that for these people? And that starts to talk about the personality of your business and yourself, indeed. So why, for example, our garden designer client, he wants to help homeowners create beautiful additional space in their homes. So he was talking to us about, if you do a garden transformation, you could actually have 8 more rooms. You could have an outdoor cooking area, you could have an outdoor dining area, an outdoor sitting area, an atrium in the middle of your garden. You could have an outdoor spa for the hot tub. You could have a bar in the clubhouse, a dance floor if you wish, and a cinema room. So where it was just lawn before. So he helps, he does it because he wants to help people create additional beautiful usable space in their homes. And then the next W is where. So where are we going to do this? And this will depend very much on the nature of the business. If it's an online business, then we're online. If it's bricks, clicks and mortar, then are you going to need do you have an outlet somewhere? And geographically, does that mean that your clients need to be in a certain catchment area, or your customers? So where will it be offered and found? And then the when is really, okay, where are you in the life cycle of your business? Are you at a startup stage? Are you a small business that's trying to break through a glass ceiling of some description? Or are you shaking up, diversifying, adapting, or pivoting in response to the changes that we've all experienced over the last year or so? So that's the W's sorted, and it's the foundations. And it's often quite illuminating if you have a number of people in the workshop. So the workshops that we provide are one-to-one, so it's one business at a time. But it often involves 3 to 6 people from that business. And you often find that even at this basic fundamental stage, there are differences about these fundamentals, and it's good to get those agreed before you move on. So having done that, we then move on to section 2, where we start to try and understand who the ideal customer is. So we give him a name. For example, it might be Peter Architect in the case of the garden designer. So give your ideal customer a name. This is the person who, your champagne referral. So if somebody walked into your business, into your store, arrived on your website, sent you an email, and you celebrated because you've just won a fantastic new client, then who is that? And let's create a persona for him. Sometimes we add up here a picture that helps us do this. So the questions to ask yourself so that you can really understand your ideal customer, give them a name. What age are they typically? Then their status, marital or otherwise, if that may or may not be relevant, depending on if you're B2B, business to business, or business to consumer as a business. What education level did they reach? What's the name of their company if it's a business to business operation? Even if it's not, you know, what kind of company do they run? It's all just trying to get to know this person, because these can be very, very different. Clearly, if your target audience is 20-year-old young men, then that's going to be very different from your ideal customer for a mature woman, for example. So, and then ask these further questions. So you might want to be scribbling some of these down now. I'm hoping I'm doing it at the pace that will allow you to capture some of this. What industry do they work in? What's the size of their business? And what's their role in that business? Are they the managing director, the marketing director, chief financial officer, office manager, receptionist? What's their role in their business? And then we move on to location, because that can influence things like Facebook ads and Google ads further down the line. If you need to reach this ideal customer, then if they're in a specific location, then, for example, if you have a restaurant and people rarely travel more than 10, 20 miles to get to a restaurant, if that's the case, then you'll want to know where they are in relation to your own business. And who do they report to in their life, personal and professional lives, because that can give you an indication of how these people tick. And what's the archetype? Are they a risk taker, or are they conservative with a small c? Are they keen to be innovative? Are they rather more traditional in their approach? It will all help put the pieces together for this person. And how are they measured in life, both personally and professionally? If they're a consumer, are they governed by their financial stability and freedom? Are they keen to be healthier and fitter? What do they measure themselves by? And what communications channels do they prefer? Are they using excuse me, are they old school phone and text? Are they TikTok users? And then what networks do they tend to use? So we try and establish are they more likely to be using Facebook or Instagram or both? Are they all over Pinterest for their interest? Are they LinkedIn users, or are they Twitter users, or a combination of both? So we tend to delete some of these off and add more ones if they're needed. And then the section on objectives is really what would might their objection be to engaging with your business? Is it a price issue? Is it a location issue? Is it a perceived reputation issue? So it's or awareness. They may not be aware of the why it's a great reason to do business with you rather than somebody else. And then we ask about their challenge. What is their challenge in life that our offering can help achieve and overcome? We then look at their goals, their life goals and their professional goals. What might they say? What quotes might they use in response to the business that we're introducing them to? And then we do the personality analysis here. I'm sure you may have seen something rather similar before. I'll zoom in a little bit so you can see. Yes, are they introvert or extrovert? That kind of question. And then what are their motivations? For example, they want to keep up with the Joneses, or they want to progress in their career. I heard Glenn's talk earlier on courses. That was great. So there might be a course, your business might be a course business, in which case somebody doesn't want necessarily to know how to design the company's website. They want a round of applause at the next board meeting for it being such a success. So there was a lovely phrase there as well that we've learned. Somebody who buys a 1/4 inch drill doesn't want a 1/4 inch drill. What they want is a 1/4 inch hole. So try and understand what their real motivations are. And then the flip side of that is, what are their frustrations in their attempts to achieve those goals? So if you go through this process and find a nice picture of Peter Architect or Sally Representative or whoever that is, your ideal champagne referral, as we call it, that's the section for doing that. I should just point out, by all means, add any questions you have to the chat. We have an exhibition booth here in the exhibition hall at Chuffed, so do please pop by. I'll be in there after this this talk. This section here we use throughout the workshop, and this is where it's really quite useful, because this is where we capture some of the key words, phrases, ideas and concepts that are shared during the course of the workshop, and they provide the basis for when we move on in that process. So I hope you're still with me, and I hope this is useful. I'm more than happy to share this brand worksheet as a PDF. So if you go to chuffed.com, CHUFD.com, you'll be able to find our contact details there, or please try connect with me on LinkedIn, search for Mark Walmsley and Chuffed, and you'll find me. So the next stage in our workshop, and the next question for you, is where it gets really good fun, especially if you've got a number of people in your business who might have different ideas. So this is where we capture the personality of the business, and in particular, the personality that you'd like people to understand about your business. Your levels of frivolity or your levels of seriousness, you know, the Sunday Times or the Beano. So this is where we ask a series of questions. During the workshop, we grab images that that people want to include, and we drop them into these little black boxes here. So if you do that in the PDF, you might want to do the same. So if your brand, so let's work through this, and do please scribble these down. And this talk is being recorded, so you'll be able to come back and have another listen should you wish. So if your brand was a famous person, who would it be? We've had some great answers to this, everything from Stephen Fry to Margaret Thatcher, and Dwayne Johnson, Tom Cruise. The idea here is to try and identify somebody who everybody knows, whose character, level of humor, level of approachableness, if that's a word, is most closely associated with the personality of your business. It's not gender based, but it will potentially influence the where you might sit on the spectrum of femininity and masculinity as a brand. So Laura Ashley, for example, might be considered a brand that is more feminine than masculine, and Marlborough, for want of a better brand, might be considered more masculine than feminine. And some of the ads that Marlborough used to have of the cowboy in the middle of Montana would back that up. So think of a famous person who most closely associates with your brand, and then ask yourself, okay, what age would our brand be? Some brands need to be 18, or perceived as 18. Some need to be 65. If you're in financial services and you're responsible for somebody's financial well-being, you may want your brand to be perceived as senior rather than junior. But quite often it settles down into the mid-30s, because that's an age at which you still have some energy in you, but you're long enough in the tooth to understand and be able to help and advise. So depending on your business, so choose an age. Color is fascinating, and we've had violent disagreements in the past in some of our workshops on this. It's not necessarily the color of your visual identity or your logo at the moment, but color, there's a lot of work been done on color psychology. So red clearly is danger and stop, green is environmentally friendly and go, and you'll have your own sense of what those colours imply. We wanted to be a soft yellow because it's a happy colour, and Chuffed is a very happy business. So we plumped for that, and it did make it into our brand identity, as you can see. And then ask yourself what form of transport your brand would be. Are you an electric Porsche or a Tesla or a 1936 Mercedes-Benz Roadster, or a Mini Metro, or a Fiat 500? What form of transport? Are you a train or an aeroplane or a hot air balloon? We had once, which was fantastic. What form of transport might you be? And then have a look at a game. If your brand was a game, which game would it be? And we've had Monopoly, Tiddlywinks. Is it a team game? Is it a physical game or a mental game? So think of a game, grab the picture and drop it into the box. If you're doing this on your own after this, and you've got colleagues, then you might want to share it with them and find out if they agree, because it's a great process. Because once you've captured this personality, it informs everything else that you do. The level of humor that you might want to incorporate in both your imagery and your words. And we do a lot of work on verbal brand identity, and it's fascinating. And the two have got to work together. Then we ask, if your brand or business was a type of music, which type of music would it be? And ideally, can you think of an artist who you'd like to be associated with, or a band? Clearly, lots of difference between hip hop and chamber music. And so when you think about the personality and the feel of your brand, what music do you hear, and who might you be listening to? Country is great. There's clearly a big difference between Brazil and Sweden, or Iraq and Venezuela. So try and we all have preconceived ideas about the typical characteristics and the values of a propensity to go to war, stability. Which country do you want to be? Are you the epitome of engineering in Germany? Are you the flamboyance of the Rio Carnival? Are you neutrally Swiss? So play around with some of the countries that you might associate with your brand. We then look at publications. So I hinted at it earlier. There's a big difference between the Sunday Times and the Beano. But brands have to align with one sense or the other. Are you a broadsheet newspaper, or are you a red top? Are you an online? Are you the Huffington Post? Are you More Magazine or Hello Magazine? You'll start creating connections between your ideal customer and the personality that you want to put out there. So if your business appeals to 25-year-old women, for example, or men, there'll be certain publications that they might associate themselves with and buy. So it makes sense to have your personality align with that if you can. And then similarly, TV show. We've had Antiques Roadshow, The Apprentice often. So think about the TV shows that you know about, and make a short list, and then speak to colleagues and say, okay, if we had to choose one, which would it be? Then high street store, similar process. Okay, which high street store would you associate most with your brand? I guess the examples might be an independent cake maker, of which there is only one, or are we Marks and Spencer's, or a bank? So that helps as well to just create this picture. And then what kind of animal are you? Many people choose a breed of dog here because that's wide enough. And often at this point, we introduce the process of elimination, which helps if you get stuck. So what are we definitely not? We're not a Chihuahua, okay, and we're not a St. Bernard, okay, right? Are we a functional dog? Are we a sheep dog, a working dog, or are we a toy dog? Are we just a lovely, huge Great Dane? Or are we a different species entirely? Are we a cheetah? Are we a dove? But once you can settle on that, it makes a big difference, because you probably feel this is all coming together now. I can see this. One of the reasons this is important, we did this with a lady who was starting her own business a couple of weeks ago, and her feedback was fantastic having done this. She said, I now feel as though my brand is my new best friend, which was great to hear. She understood the personality that she was trying to exude. It wasn't her, it was the brand, because it's the business, not her. But there are clear associations with both. Then what sport are you? Are you a team sport? Are you a solo sport? Do you need to be particularly physically fit to do this sport? And so what sport, and what are the, there's a big difference in the perception of rugby and football. Rugby is people who, carry on playing despite being injured, blooded. Football has a different reputation, as we've seen in the Euros. And there are certain sort of certain sports that align themselves with certain demographics. So badminton fans are going to be different from boxing fans. So that's why it makes sense to try and understand what sport your brand would be, because that's what's going to attract people. And a beverage, are you alcoholic? Are you non-alcoholic? Are you a cup of tea with biscuits? Or are you a vodka and Coke? Or are you a rum and Coke? My personal favorite. And then a movie. This one gets quite contentious. The movie choice is an interesting one. Is it a drama, or is it a comedy, romantic comedy, or adventure movie? But that'll help. It'll help you understand a bit more. And finally, sorry, this has been a bit of a long one. Finally, it's the body part. So this is normally where the hilarity ensues after having done all this. But there are important considerations here: heart and brain. Feet we've had for some brands, because you can't get very far without them. So that's the personality of your brand, or the personality that you'd like people to see when they encounter you for the first time. So I'm not sure if there are any questions. I can't see the chat, but Catherine, if you can, do please let me know. But I'm going to carry on now to our section 4. And section 4 is the brand story. So some of the best brands out there have a story to tell. And the first thing I need to point out, as you can see here, we have hero, challenge, villain, guide, and outcome. Your brand is not the hero in this story. Your brand is the guide in this story, because our job as a business is to help our customers solve a problem. And if we can show that we can do that, then everybody's happy. So we often draw an analogy here with well-known films. Most of the adventure films have a process that they go through, from where someone has a challenge, and they have got to overcome this challenge and defeat the villain and they need some help along the way, but they get there in the end. So if you think Star Wars, for example, so the hero in that story is Luke Skywalker, and his challenge is that he's part of the Rebel Alliance and they need to overcome this evil empire. The villain is clearly Darth Vader, but in a brand story, the villain doesn't have to be an individual. It can be a situation or a scenario. And then the guide, arguably, Luke would not have achieved what he achieved without the guide. And so that's where Obi-Wan Kenobi and perhaps Yoda come in. Huge apologies to anybody who's never seen Star Wars, but I can't imagine there'll be many. And then what's the outcome? Well, the outcome for Luke Skywalker was that he used the Force that he'd been given by the guide to blow up the Death Star and defeat the Empire. So with that in mind, try and understand the journey for your customer, your ideal customer. Having done the ideal customer and the personality, what's our brand story? What's that user journey? Does it look like, and where do we help, and what can we help with? So, for example, for the garden designer, we identified that the hero was the customer. The challenge was that he didn't have the expertise all the time to redesign and transform his own garden, but he wanted to because everybody else living in his vicinity had done so, and everybody seemed to have a nicer garden than he did. So that was his challenge. The villain there is the situation, really, that is the people that he's spoken to already who don't seem to get what he needs. They don't understand him. So the villain in this situation is other suppliers who don't understand what he really wants to achieve. So the guide is the garden designer and the provider of those beautiful pergolas, and he can help the hero overcome the challenge and defeat that villain. So the outcome is a beautiful garden that he's delighted with, and that's when you leave people delighted, that's where the repeat business and referrals come from. So that's the brand story. So what we've done so far is put together the elements that we needed that we'll now be able to use in our brand tree. So the last section of this is the brand tree, and I'll zoom in so you can see. So this is a little bit like the hairpin technique that I mentioned about how to impart information. So this starts with your brand name, and in some of the workshops that we do, well, certainly for startups, they don't have a brand name, so that's an important process to go through. The one I think we were most proud of was we were asked to come up with a new brand name for a florist in a hospital, and we came up with Stem Cell, which they loved. And so the brand name is clearly very, very important, and it sometimes takes up an awful lot of the workshop, and it doesn't come the first time. Our workshops feel sometimes a little bit like seances, but they never fail to come up with a solution. And if the great idea doesn't drop in the first 2 90-minute sessions, we do another one, and we carry on until we've got it right. So the brand name is there. Now the brand name may or may not imply what it is you offer. So Chuffed as a brand is our brand, doesn't imply that we are a creative agency or a branding agency or indeed a social enterprise, and we're all three. So we've got some work to do in the strapline so that in that hairpin of, okay, you're called Chuffed, okay, I don't know what you do, so that's the next piece of information to impart, and that's typically the strapline. But if you are the garden designer Essex and that's your brand, then you've done the job already. It's clear. So those are the two considerations really for the brand name, but we help there. So that's really important, obviously, to get right. The next thing we look at is the brand essence. Now, the brand essence is not the strapline. It often becomes the strapline in an adapted form, for example, but it's 3 words ideally. Ideally, it's 1 word. If you're Disney, your brand essence is magic. If you're Harley Davidson, your brand essence is rebel. If you're a more mortal brand like us and most of us, and you're not a household name, then it's important that everybody buys into these 3 words. So as an example, we did this exercise for a retailer of yoga clothing, and it was led by a terribly charismatic lady who was a yoga expert trained in the Far East, and she was clearly the figurehead of the business. But we needed to come up with 3 words that did a job each. So the first word needs to give him hint at what it is you do. The second word, some kind of variation of why that's the case. And the third ideally needs to pull in another element of what you're doing. So for example, for this business, the brand essence was stylish serenity personified. Stylish serenity personified. And if you're doing this, try and find 3 words that do a different job for your brand. So stylish implies that it's a fashion brand and they sell clothing, so that works. Serenity implies that it's yoga and calmness, and personified implies that it's led by this wonderful yoga teacher, Lucy. So stylish serenity personified. Now, in many cases, the brand essence is never seen by a customer. They love that one so much that they used it. For example, the brand essence for Nike is authentic athletic performance. But you'll never see that on a box. Authentic athletic performance is given to the marketing team and they come up with just do it. So that's how that works. So don't be, quite often when you're working through this worksheet, you want to go on and then come back, because it's often easier to re-engineer an idea once you've had more further down the line. So 3 little words. If you could only use 3 words to describe your business, then that's where you do that. We also do an exercise here around telling a story in 6 words. I'm not sure if how many people recognize it, but Ernest Hemingway, the writer, was asked to write a story that could make you cry with 6 words only. And he came up with the following: for sale, baby's shoes, never worn. And extremely powerful. So it is possible to achieve quite a lot with a very few words. I think it was Mark Twain who said to somebody, "I've written you a long letter. I'm afraid I didn't have time to write you a short one." So this is the brevity bit. Clarity, brevity, and wit we need in this, especially when it comes to the brand strapline. So that's your brand essence. The brand strapline is, ideally, it needs to be a little bit clever. It certainly needs to aid recall and memorable. And ideally, it needs to have some wit in there, some humor. So clever, humorous, and memorable. So there are some great strap lines out there. Just Do It is a great one. I'm sure you have a look round today. Apparently, we all see 5,000 pieces of advertising every day. So the next time you're out or looking or browsing, have a look at the strap lines and see if they really work. There are some great resources for really good strap lines for when it absolutely has to be there next day. So then we move. So that's a kind of combination between the brand essence and the brand strap line. Some brands don't need a strap line. Many brands don't use them now because they're able to communicate what it is they're all about in other ways. The brand sentence, this is where we go back to the W's over here. So when you come to the brand tree, it's pretty much this. What are we? People, they need to be able to categorize you and pigeonhole you. Don't leave them in the dark. I really want to know what it is you do, because it needs to be relevant to me. I do a brand assessment quiz, which I'll do if we've got time, which you might like to try and do to help there. So this is sum up your brand in one sentence. People need to know what it is you do. Do you sell cars? Are you a business coach? Are you a builder? You know, this needs to be there. Because if somebody doesn't understand where you might fit in their lives, professionally or personally, and that you might have a solution to one of their problems, a specific one, if it's a garden transformation, they won't move on. You'll lose them. So make sure the brand sentence that is really quite makes it obvious what it is you do. The brand description is a longer version of that, and this is where you can introduce why you do it, how you do it, and what makes you a little bit different from everybody else. So we've done this for a TV production company recently, and the brand description explains that they have a combination of fantastic talent, 30 years of experience, and the courage to make adventurous programs. So that's where you would introduce that kind of. 3s are great in these circumstances, especially if they're alliterative, i.e. CCC or DDD. They work really well in these circumstances. It helps people remember. So this is where you would go into a bit more detail, and this is all leading us to these 3 most important bits. And Catherine, do stop me if I'm going on too long, but this is where it really matters, and this is why this is what all that has been leading to. The workshops and this worksheet are designed to help you explore, capture, and document, and then communicate what it is that makes you different, what is it that makes you better, and what is it that makes you remarkable. And if you can find that remarkable, then you've got a remarkable brand. The reason those three things are extremely important are as follows. If you're not different, you're invisible, especially online. One of my big marketing heroes is Seth Godin. If you haven't read it, try Purple Cow. That goes into an awful lot more detail on why people are different, or why it's important to be different. Then, and capture it here. If you have anything unique or a combination of services or products that make you unique, that's a good place to start. Better is really important, because if your customers don't perceive you as better than the competition, they will be promiscuous. They will shop around, they'll look around, they'll be price conscious, and they'll be looking around. So what is it that makes you better? And that tends to be a function of a few things. You're either cheaper, doesn't make a lot of sense to try it. Only one person will be the cheapest. Excuse me. Are you faster? Or are you of higher quality? There's a lovely saying: speed, quality, price. Choose any two. So nobody would outwardly admit to not being a quality organization. Fast, yeah, and certainly avoid being the cheapest. So it may be that it's more relevant. Your levels of customer service are just exemplary. I have a friend who has an IT company who they often tell people the phone never rings more than 3 times in our support department. For me, that was all I need to know. Everything else they do must be great. So what is it that makes you better? And remarkable is where it gets difficult, but really, really important. We define remarkable as the quality of a brand or a business that gets people talking about it outside a referral. So it's all very well for somebody to say, look, I'm working on the garden, I really need a good garden designer. Oh, you need to speak to so-and-so. That's great, that needs to happen. But what we really want people to be doing is saying, have you seen what they're doing at Chuffed? We're Pirate. That's what makes us remarkable. We are a pirate organization. That's what we talk about. We're also a social enterprise. There aren't many social enterprise creative agencies, which is another book to read if you haven't read it. 22 Immutable Laws of Marketing by Jack Rees. One of the rules is, if you can't be first in your category, create a new category. So my friend Rory is not an osteopath, he's a preventative osteopath. My wife Jo is not an accountant, she is a forensic accountant. So that's one of the things that can make you remarkable. So there is for example, there is a scaffolding company. You can be accidentally remarkable. The scaffolding company in Essex found that all their poles were being stolen, so they dipped them all in pink paint at the ends. And people started to comment on this, seeing pink scaffolding outside people's houses. So they succumbed and had to change their brand name to Pink Scaffolding, and they're the best known scaffolding company in Essex now. If you haven't heard the story of Scott Ginsberg is an approachability consultant. He's done a TED talk about it. About 15 years ago, he accidentally left his exhibition name badge on and went for a drink in the bar. Everybody came and spoke to him and told him. So he still has it on. He's worn it, and he even has a tattoo so that it says, "Hello, my name's Scott," when he's on holiday. So that's the remarkable. Zappos, another fantastic example. Zappos is a shoe firm in San Francisco, but that's not why Amazon paid $200 million for them. When you join Zappos company, 2 weeks later, they offer you $2,000 to leave. And on the face of it, that's just nuts. But the CEO who came up with that concept said, it's perfect for us. If somebody would rather have $2,000 in cash than stay working with me, I don't want them here. And if they leave $2,000 in cash on the boardroom table, and they do actually physically get out the money, they make a much better job of it. So, and they became famous for that, not their shoes. I'd buy their shoes, but for that, they became famous for that. It was like they created a culture and a philosophy that had huge value, and that's why Amazon bought them. So remarkable. Try and find some point of remarkability. I'll just leave you with this. The identifying characteristic. This comes out of those points of difference, better and remarkable, and it's often closely associated with that. But you need to have an identifying characteristic as a business, and it's not always very easy to find. my friend who has the support team that always pick the phone up. That's their identifying characteristic. There is I know of a law firm that they all drive the same old-fashioned Beetle. It's part of the remarkability thing, but it helps people remember what it is that what you do. And this is used when networking and in self-promotion as well, at networking events. I once met an accountant and on one of these events, and I said, "What do you do for a living?" Before I realized he was an accountant. He said, I count other people's money. And I leant in and said, "That's nice. I like, what does that mean?" Sadly, if he'd said, I'm just an accountant, I'd have been leaning back. So I try and capture an identifying characteristic that people can use as the one thing they remember. Pirates, Chuffed, pirate agency. So that's our identifying characteristic. Wonderful book. Again, sorry, I keep doing all the books. If you need the books, then drop me a line, mark.walmsley@chuffed.com, and I'll send you the links. But How to Be More Pirate is a great book. It's changed our thinking at Chuffed, and it will help you find all of these points of difference and betterness and remarkability. So that's our brand discovery worksheet. I'm more than happy to answer any questions that we've got, or I've got another concept that I can introduce you to for 5 minutes that is the kind of follow on from this. So Catherine, what would you like me to do?
To be honest, Mark, it's entirely up to you. We're okay for time, so you could have another 5 minutes if you wanted to. I think people are watching in the auditorium as opposed to joining the Zoom, so there's nothing in the chat at the moment. But yeah, just so far, I'm absolutely loving it. It really is kind of opening your eyes and creating more awareness, isn't it, around that? Yeah. Although I do have one confession. I have never seen Star Wars.
Oh no.
Although I do know the characters, so it did make sense what you were saying, but I've never actually physically watched an episode.
Brilliant. Well, so just for the benefit of anybody who's watching in the auditorium and anyone who watches this on demand, this leads to we have a concept that follows on from this, and it's called minimalist marketing. And I've found over the last 20 odd years that I'm doing this. I'm trying to do too much marketing for too many products and services in too many audience segments in too many channels. And many of us do this. There's an old saying, isn't there? Half my advertising works, I just don't know which half. And the problem is that we're all trying to spread our resources of energy, time and money too thinly across that. That's my view. So I heard Seth Godin talk at an event last year, and he said something that really made me think, and that was, find your smallest viable audience and become the best option for it. And I thought, oh yes, we can work with that. So that's where the concept of minimalist marketing came in. And the framework that I use is called Stepwise Mastery. And it requires you to think of 3 buckets, and you can only put one thing in each bucket to start with. The first bucket is a very specific product or service that you offer, perhaps even one aspect of it. So what's the product or service? The key one. Now, only being able to do one makes you choose the one that's most fun, the one that makes you the most money, the one that's easiest to sell, or the one that produces the most downstream revenue or repeat business. So just one. In the second bucket, you're only allowed to put one very small target audience. So, and it's got to be small. Okay. So managing directors of arts organizations in London, for example, right? And only one. And that forces you to choose the people you'd like to work with, the people who are most likely to be interested in that product or service that you've already chosen. And then when it gets terrifying is the third bucket. You're only allowed to use one marketing channel in order to reach those ideal people to sell that product or service. One. Now, this is terrifying and liberating in equal measure, because you end up doing less better. So we have that on our, that's our motto. Do less, comma, better. Comma is important there. You don't want to do less better. You want to do less better. And you're not allowed to add to those buckets until you've achieved the KPIs or the targets and objectives that you've set. Once you have, then you can add a product or a service, or add an audience segment, or you can add a channel. Most people add a channel to reach more of those people. So for example, at Chuffed, we know that if we do a brand discovery workshop like we've just done, in 75% of cases, there is a need for copywriting, graphic design, web design, event production, flipbook design. There are all sorts of things that need to happen, especially for startups, because they don't have those in place at that point anyway. So for us, the flagship product or service is a brand discovery workshop, 90 minutes, one-to-one with us. That's where we have the most fun, where we deliver the most value, and that's where we get wonderful testimonials. So that's great. Now, we can do those for any business, and we have. If somebody rings us up and says, come on, you know, like the TV production company rang and said, look, we need some of your help, yes, we'll do that. But in terms of outreach, and there is a distinction between inbound and outbound. If you're physically spending time, money, or energy trying to find those people, then it needs to be a very small target audience. And for us, that's startups. So if we meet a startup and they've got a great business idea, but they don't have a brand, they don't have anything in place yet, but they've got funding in place, and then that's a perfect one for us. And having tried all sorts of different marketing channels over the last 20, 25 years, the best return on investment for me is networking and referral marketing. So we're not doing any Facebook ads, we're not doing any LinkedIn ads, we're not doing anything other than sending me out on networking events and doing things like this, right? So that we've got the content. And we've set the target. We need to be doing one workshop a week by the end of the year as the target. And so I'm not going to try and do anything else other than sell a workshop to a startup through networking until Christmas, or until we're steadily doing one a week, because we know that if we do that, that will lead to hundreds of thousands of pounds of downstream revenue further down the line. So my challenge to anyone who's watching is, what do you put in each of those buckets? Because and how brave are you at not distracting yourself from doing things that are not in those buckets? So yeah, so that's the concept of minimalist marketing and stepwise mastery. And someone's asking to come in. Are you in?
Yeah, that's fine. I've just let them in. No problem.
So yeah, so that's the concept of minimalist marketing and stepwise mastery.
Fantastic. No, that was really good. Thank you, Mark. It was brilliant. As I said before, it really just kind of opens your eyes and makes you kind of consider things in a different way that you've never thought about before. So no, that was really, really good. Thank you so much.
Oh, it's my pleasure. I'm going to be on our exhibition stand for the next half an hour or so, if anybody listening wants to go and say hi. So
yeah, fantastic. Excellent. Thank you very much. So
thank you for your help, Catherine.
No problem at all. No problem at all. You can dial off whenever you're ready.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Mark. See you soon.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Hi, Joanne.
Oh,
you okay?
Hi, Catherine. Yes, I'm very well, thank you. I'm just having a last minute functionality with the tech. I've got the two screens here, so I'm looking at you on my main screen, and then I've got my presentation with the odd slides I'm using on a second screen. So I'm just conscious of can I just do a share screen right now and just check what you're seeing?
I'm just gonna make you co-host. Just to make you aware, we're keeping the recording and live stream and everything going throughout the day. So we're just kind of leaving it on. So once we've done a little kind of trial here, you're very welcome if you wanted to switch your camera off, go grab some water or whatever until your time slot. That's absolutely fine.
Ace, thank you. So
you're now co-host, so you should be able to share your screen.
No, screen 1, screen 2 is the one you want to share.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry, Catherine. I'm just trying to think. If I have it all on as a slide, it takes up the entire screen. So at no point am I going to be able to actually see the kind of the Zoom side of things.
So if you, at the very top, there should be a button in the top right hand corner saying view. If you hover, you can only see it when you hover over it. Is there a button saying view? Because what I tend to do is I click on that and then exit full screen.
And then exit what, sorry?
Exit full screen, and then it allows you to see the presentation in the middle, but then you'll see all the attendees at the top and you'll see the function.
So speaker view,
At the
full
bottom.
screen.
Try
I've got
and share
gallery
your
view at the
screen.
moment.
Share your screen first and then try the exit full screen, because it kind of works once you've shared your screen.
Maybe screen 2.
Okay,
So
so
if you
then
want
I
to
need
bring up your
to,
presentation.
I need to do that. No, hang on a moment. Is that, no, I need to do, I'm getting nervous now. Oh, you see now that,
Okay, now do Alt.
screen 2 and share. Cool.
Fab. Right. So now
That's
you've
what I
shared,
want.
can you see the button at the top saying view? Because you'll be able to exit full screen from there, and then you'll see all the controls available and everything like that.
Yeah. Well, you've got all the controls there, don't you?
So I can stop the share and then go back into the share. So if I stop that share, then, sorry, I'm just fanning around here a bit. Oh, we've got 5 minutes, so okay.
No, you're fine. You practice away. This is what this time's
Stop
for.
share screen, share, and then stop share. Great, share screen. Let me just then, okay, sorry, share. And then if I, oh, that's not working. Oh yeah, that's working. Great.
Yeah, you got to click to make it active.
Ah, okay.
Because at the moment you were still using Zoom.
Yeah, so I've got my husband here, the tech expert. I just hope
Very good helper, your husband,
I'm still
I have
having a
to
last
say.
minute panic. Okay, that is
Oh.
fine. I was thinking of having that up when you were first introducing me. Oh, mind you, they'll be able to see you, won't they?
Yeah.
No, leave that up. That's absolutely fine. It's no problem, because all they need is my voice. It doesn't matter if they can see me. It's basically just my little introduction to you. It's only going to be a quick 1 minute, and
Yeah.
then it's straight over to you anyway. So whatever is your preference.
Okay. Let's okay, I think I'm good to go.
I would go back to your opening slides. I wouldn't start with that one. If I
Okay.
was you personally. Because at the moment they have no idea who you are or anything like that. Whereas you go to the first slide, it's your introduction.
Okay.
Yeah, the first slide looked like a headline slide. That was like a really
Yeah,
good slide
there
to,
you go.
to start on.
Okay. I hope I'm
You're gonna
feeling
be
full of
amazing.
confidence here, Catherine.
No, you will be absolutely amazing. Don't you worry.
Oh,
So
man.
if you wanted to take a minute to go grab some water or anything like that, you've got time. That's absolutely no problem.
Now, I'm already organized, surprisingly, as far as that goes. I'm here. Yeah, I've had a run through this morning and it's definitely well under an hour, so we're fine there. Yeah, so,
Brilliant.
okay.
No problem at all. What I do kind of say, and I will say it again when we do officially start the session, but if you see only a very low attendance number in the participants, don't panic. So what happens is when people come in and enter the show, they can join the auditorium and just watch it on the live stream. So they might not have necessarily joined into the Zoom, but they are still watching.
Okay.
So don't worry, people are watching.
Okie dokie. That's good to know. Thank you for that.
No problem.
Yeah. Okay. So we are, I think,
Okay.
hot to trot. How's it been going so
Already.
far?
It's going really well. Yeah, it's really good. We've got loads of visitors in, visiting all the stalls. All the speakers that I've had this morning have been fantastic, all kept to time, and it's all just, touch wood, run smoothly so far. So yeah, it's going well.
Brilliant. Well done. You guys are doing an amazing job.
Do you have a stall as well, Joanne, or are you
Yes,
just
I
doing
do.
your talk?
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant. Fab.
Yeah, I'm
no,
in
it'd
the
be really good.
professional
The
services
last
zone.
guy. Right. Okay. Fab. Mark that we've just had on, he's got a stall as well, and it worked really nicely to kind of end it with a, I will be on my stall, so come along, say hi, and follow up with me on any questions that you've got and things. So it's a good way to kind of reconnect with them.
Yeah. Oh, also, just if people do put questions or do put their email addresses in, is that chat saved so that if I don't think while I'm there, I can then go and copy any that do pop in afterwards? Or at the
Yeah, no
end?
problem. We will be saving all the chats. Don't worry. Yeah.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, that's great to know. Okay, we're very nearly there, aren't we?
Yeah, what we'll do, we'll just wait till about 1 minute past, just to allow anyone that does want to join, that they've got time to kind of dial in, and then we'll make a start sort of prompt.
Okay, okay. Well, as I say, is my volume okay?
Perfect.
Brilliant.
Yes.
Cool. Okay.
Lighting's perfect, volume's perfect, everything.
Oh, geez. Okay. Fabulous.
All right, so I will admit any visitors that join initially, but you will have full control of that as well. But I'll admit any that I see joining. Okay.
Great stuff. Yeah, because yeah, it might be a bit distracting for me to try and keep an eye on that.
No
Okay,
problem.
good stuff.
No problem at all.
Lovely, lovely.
Okay, we'll just give it another minute and then we will make a start. Oh, it's so warm today, isn't it? I've got my fan on in my office today.
Yeah, it totally is. This must be a bit of a different way for you to spend your day.
Yeah, but I'm enjoying it. I love having a change and something new to get your teeth stuck into. So yeah, I'm enjoying it. It's going really well.
Good.
Yeah, and it's really interesting listening to all the speakers and what they're covering and that. It's really interesting.
Yeah, so it's so varied, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, really varied and very full on for you all day.
Yeah. Okie dokie. Right, we're on 1 minute past, so we'll make a start. Okay, so welcome everyone to Digital Age Expo. Just before I hand over to our guest speaker, I just want to make you aware that we are recording the session. For those of you that are unable to attend this specific time slot, you'll be able to view that on YouTube retrospectively. And we've also got the live stream running. So if you're in the auditorium watching now, feel free to click on the Join Now button to enter the Zoom and get involved in any interactive activities that are happening during the session. So now I'm absolutely delighted to be able to hand over to our guest speaker. So we've got Joanne Posey, who is the owner of Life Lessons Nutrition, and she's going to be giving us an amazing talk about thriving in menopause. Okay, over to you, Joanne.
Thank you very much, Catherine. It is wonderful to be here today. Thank you to you and the team for putting together such an amazing event. I'm Jo Posey, owner of Life Lessons Nutrition, specialist in peri and menopause, and very, very passionate about getting a dialogue going as far as menopause is concerned. There's an awful lot of information out there, an awful lot of women spending time Googling their symptoms, an awful lot of rabbit holes to be disappeared down on the internet. But question marks over how reliable some of that information is, and also it's very isolating for women, and sometimes they don't know where their symptoms are even related to menopause. So I'm very, very keen about pushing information out, and also hopefully being part of a drive to make menopause more acceptable as a topic and make women feel more comfortable, one, even admitting that they're in menopause, because for a very long time in the Western world, it was seen as being almost taboo or shameful to be in menopause. And that's not surprising, because that's part and parcel of a lot of our social conditioning, and how middle-aged women have been perceived socially. So I want to start by just taking a little look at some of that before I move into the whys and wherefores of menopause, exactly what's going on in the body, the range of different types of symptoms that you or a partner or a colleague or a family member might be experiencing, and then most importantly going into what you can do about it, because there is so much that can be done. It's not just a case of having to try to ride it out or suffer in silence. There's a lot of information I'm going to cover, far more actually than I can fit into this hour, but there is a handout. So I'd be delighted to get that to you. So I'm going to be putting my email address into the chat. All my contact details are available at the end of some slides. I'm going to be sharing some just as we go through it over this next hour. You'll have my contact details, but if you're comfortable to share your email address in the chat, then please do so, and I will let you have the handout that actually supports everything that I'm going to be saying today. So, menopause, yay. So what exactly is it? defined as a loss of your menstrual periods for a term of 12 months. If you start to bleed after that period of time, ladies, please go see your GP. That needs to be checked out. Naturally occurs between the ages of 45 and 55. The average in the UK is age 51. Perimenopause, which is the phase that starts in the run-up to that final period, that can go on for a period of typically between 2 to 5 years, and that's when we start to experience all these symptoms. And I'm going to go into what some of those are. But yeah, let me go back a little bit and just go back to some of the conditioning we have and some of the reasons why women haven't been as comfortable perhaps as they might with actually even talking about being in menopause and what it means for them. So let me share my screen. And yeah, so that's me. And just for the sake of it, but here we are. For a very, very long time, these are the kind of images that would spring to mind when we might be talking about middle-aged women and older. So we've got the archetypal battle axe there in the middle. We've got Dame Edna, quite a formidable character, but perhaps not one that many of us would aspire to be. Mrs. Doubtfire, a very lovable character, but perhaps not seen as being very thrusting, ambitious, confident, and a number of images there as well from British television. Lots of men in drag, lots of not very glamorous figures, and very much figures of fun, figures to be ridiculed, laughed at, or in certain cases were overlooked. Women in middle years certainly talk about how their opinions aren't as valued anymore than asked for their opinions, and they feel a bit invisible. So these are some of the reasons why women don't want to talk about being in this phase of life, because they don't want to be perceived in this way. And who can blame them? So let me just stop that share, bring you back. Hello, hello. So yeah, symptoms. What can we expect? And I can't possibly talk about all of them today. There is just far too many of them to really go into any depth. But won't surprise you to learn the most common symptom experienced in the West is the hot flush, also known as the hot flash in the States. More than 85% of women experience menopausal symptoms. More than 80% of that 85% experience the hot flush. So that's an awful lot of women going through what can be a very, very uncomfortable experience. I'll come back to the various symptoms. I think it's quite useful to understand, though, exactly what's going on in menopause. What's exactly going on with our hormones. And I want to backtrack a little bit to what goes on in our fertile years, so we get some context as to how our cycle has been working when everything is normal, and then how that has an effect on when things start to change when we get into our, say, typically our mid to late 40s. So again, let me do a quick screen save and I'll take you into that. It can, just by way of heads up, it can be quite useful to think of our hormones as working on a negative feedback loop, as working like a bit of a tag team. They all have different jobs to do, but they're all in communication with each other all the time. A particular hormone will do a particular job. Once it's finished that job, another hormone will take up the next link in the chain and will do their job. Once that's done, that will switch off and another hormone will take a role. And it goes on this loop, constantly feeding back amongst themselves. So let me share the screen and we will again just flick through. Here we are. So what is going on in our menstrual cycle during our fertile years? You'll all be aware your cycle is 28 days long and the first day of it is the first day of your period. We've got 4 hormones here The blue line represents follicle stimulating hormone, FSH, and it won't surprise you to learn that the role of follicle stimulating hormone is to stimulate the follicles in your ovaries to bring some eggs in them to maturity. So we're pumping out this follicle stimulating hormone, and that's coming from the pituitary gland in the brain, pumping it out, and we've got eggs starting to develop. And as those eggs develop, they start to produce estrogen. And that level of estrogen will continue to rise up until the point where it effectively shuts off follicle stimulating hormone because it's done its job. It's brought what by that point is typically one egg to become dominant, and that dominant egg then can continue to develop. At the point when follicle stimulating hormone turns off, another hormone produced in the pituitary, luteinizing hormone, switches on. And that's the large green spike that we can see in the middle here. Now, luteinizing hormone's job is to bring that dominant follicle to the surface of your ovary, where it will start to bulge, and it will do that up until it bursts and the egg is released. Egg heads towards the end of your fallopian tubes and carries on its journey. That follicle closes in, starts to produce progesterone. One of progesterone's jobs is to prepare the lining of your uterus, the lining of your womb, for a fertilized egg to be embedded. And your levels of progesterone and estrogen, as you can see, are rising, rising, rising. No egg gets embedded. Levels of those two hormones start to fall off. Lining of the womb starts to shed. A couple of days later, we're back at day one with our period. So during our fertile years, give or take, that's all fairly predictable. At any given day during your cycle, your levels will be, your hormones will be at certain levels. Things in perimenopause aren't quite so predictable. We're getting towards the point of ovarian reserve decline. So the production of a dominant follicle isn't so predictable. Therefore, the rise of levels of estrogen, the rise in your progesterone, these things equally aren't at all predictable. Over this period, the overall trend with those two hormones is downwards. But during that downward trend, the levels, particularly of your estrogen, can fluctuate really quite dramatically. Let me bring you back. Can fluctuate really quite dramatically. And it's those dramatic fluctuations throughout the month that drives a lot of the symptoms that we experience during peri and menopause. So the predictability has gone out the window, and your body is being subject to these huge vacillations of hormonal influences. So I've touched on the symptoms in terms of hot flushes being the most common. What else can we experience? Irregular cycle. Of course, we experience a regular cycle. Think about how wild those hormones are during this time. A heavier bleed. Hot flushes, night sweats, I've also touched upon. Insomnia. Not necessarily related to your night sweats. There's a different mechanism that can cause disruption to our sleep cycle. Mood swings, anxiety, tension, headaches, debilitating fatigue, low libido, weight gain. We're not having a great deal of fun at this point. That list, as I say, is not exhaustive. You could add to that muscular aches and pains, joint aches and pains, gut symptoms. We have estrogen receptors in our gut. They are also affected. Lots of bloating can happen during this time. And crazy itching with no seeming cause. So if you're listening to this and you're not a woman in menopause, hopefully you're starting to have a little bit of sympathy for your family members or colleagues that are. Now, these symptoms are so wide-ranging because we have estrogen receptors all over our body. They're in our brain, they're in our muscles, they're in our bones, they're in our gut, as I've said. So all of those receptors aren't getting the estrogen estrogen molecules locking on as they would have done. And as I say, we're driving all these symptoms. I don't know if anybody is able to be watching me live, but it would be really, really good to see, at least for my own sake after the event, if anyone wants to raise their hand at this point and say, yes, that's me. I'm experiencing that. I'm experiencing 2, 3, 4 of those. You're not alone, I think is the message. You are absolutely not alone. So that's perimenopause. What can we expect when we've actually stopped having a period, when we are in menopause? We might continue with some of those symptoms. It's most common that we do, but adding to those, vaginal dryness and atrophy. One of the side effects can then be urinary problems. We're going to the toilet a lot more, both day and night. We might have recurrent UTIs, increase in facial hair. Relatively speaking, at this time, we can become testosterone dominant. So that's why that happens. Male pattern baldness, also because of testosterone dominance. Our skin becomes thinner and drier. Similarly with our hair and our nails. Again, low libido, increased risk of cardiovascular disease, increased risk of osteoporosis. Forgetfulness, and not surprisingly after all that lot, low self-esteem, really low self-confidence, and question marks around who am I even anymore? I don't recognize myself anymore. I never used to be this anxious. Can all be part and parcel of the menopause experience. It is worthwhile saying though at this point, because this all seems incredibly, incredibly depressing, that it's not the case that this is solely, our experience is solely driven by what's going on with our sex hormones. An awful lot of our symptoms can be dramatically improved by the lifestyle choices that we make. Very often, by the time we get to menopause, we've possibly been living in a high-stress job for a long time. We might have a high-stress home situation. We might have money concerns. We might have been living down through lockdowns and trying to juggle work and homeschooling. We might have an elderly parent that we've suddenly got a lot of more responsibilities for. There might be a lot going on in our lives. We might not be eating particularly well. We might be drinking too much, smoking, not exercising as much as perhaps we might. But we manage all that all through our 20s and 30s, etc. But by the time we get into our 40s and then we add menopause on top of that, it can be the straw that breaks us. It can be the final insult to injury. So, as I say, it's not the case that we just have to ride out all those vacillating hormones, short of taking HRT. And I am not in any way, shape or form anti-HRT. It can be a fantastically useful tool. It can be a literal lifesaver for an awful lot of women. But it is not a silver bullet. It doesn't necessarily take us back to the old us. And it is not, as seems to be the perception, it is not a future health insurance policy. If we are not making good decisions in our lifestyle, we're still going to have higher than necessary risk for things like CVD, cardiovascular disease. We're still going to have higher than we need risk for things like osteoporosis. We're still not going to feel well, even though we might be taking HRT. So whether you're taking HRT or not, whether you can't take HRT or have decided it's not for you, or have decided you just want to try and wait things out and see how you get on without, I strongly, strongly urge you, take some steps. Just small steps can be meaningful. Take some steps as far as your lifestyle is concerned. It will reap benefits. So what can we do? Let me get on with this. What can we be doing? I'm going to go back to a screen share in a second. But first and foremost, and this is actually true for absolutely everybody, first and foremost, what we need to do is manage our stress. Women in stressful situations appear to have worse menopausal experiences. And some of you may be able to, bear this out when you think back to times in lockdown when, as I've said, you've been trying to work, you've been trying to homeschool, you've not had your support system around, you've not been able to get out as much as you'd like, and your menopause symptoms have got so much worse. Managing stress will make a massive difference to your menopause symptoms and also to your long-term health outcomes. So let's just have a wee look by. Back to the screen share. And just flicking through. I mentioned earlier on how our hormones are talking to each other all the time. And that's not just in terms of just our sex hormones talking to each other, it's throughout the body. So I am looking here at just 3 of the hormone glands. So we have the adrenals, which is the center of our stress response, our ovaries, of course, our sex function and reproductive function, and our thyroid, which drives our metabolism. Now, the 3 corners of this triangle are communicating with each other all the time. And activity in one corner will have a direct effect on what goes on in the other. And managing stress is so very, very important because our stress response, the activity of our adrenals, fundamentally, from an evolutionary perspective, is about keeping us alive. The stress response goes back to our ancient forebears who were in danger of being eaten by wild animals. So therefore, they needed to have a stress response that was going to keep them on high alert, that was going to enable them to run as possibly fast as they could to get out of danger. Regrettably, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, it's very unusual for us to be in life or death situations today, but our stress response is exactly the same. And in being exactly the same, it overrides everything else. It takes precedence against everything else because it doesn't matter how fertile we are. It doesn't matter how efficient our metabolism is. We could be dead in 2 minutes. So we need to manage our stress response because if we don't, we're going to be constantly down-regulating what's going on with our ovaries and what's going on in our thyroid, and an awful lot of the signs and symptoms of down-regulated ovarian and thyroid function we recognize in menopause. Let me come back to you. Stop share. There you are. Yes, so all that down regulation. Now, as far as our ovaries are concerned, we might recognize this from going back to our fertile years, where we potentially have fertility issues because we're so very, very stressed. And it can be one of the first conversations that our GP or specialist will have with us if we are experiencing fertility problems. Adrenaline and estrogen are both stimulatory hormones. Our body doesn't like to be overly stimulated, and these two tend to counterbalance each other. So if we have chronically elevated adrenaline, which is the first hormone that's released out of the adrenals when we're stressed, chronically elevated adrenaline can lead to chronically depressed estrogen levels. Now, if we're in menopause and we already have low levels of estrogen, this can mean that those levels are so depressed that they are below which the level we need to maintain our bone mineral density and our brain synaptic function. So we have a knock-on effect there with potential bone problems and that kind of brain fog and that menobrain that we can experience in our cognitive function going forward. So we're ticking some of these symptoms as we go. Adrenaline, we know, primarily contributes to anxiety and hot flushes, tick, tick. Cortisol, our main stress hormone, is associated with depression. High cortisol also drives high blood sugar and insulin levels, and I'll come back to that. Adrenaline also can have a depressive effect on our thyroid function. It depresses both thyroid function, thyroid hormone production, and the activity of those thyroid hormones. If we have depressed thyroid function, we have the symptoms of that: fatigue, thinning hair, lack of concentration, weight gain. Again, tick, 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 these are all things that are familiar to us going through menopause. So if we can start to manage our stress, we can make an awful lot of those symptoms much, much better. Okay, hopefully I'm making my case here. So what do? We need to find ways to manage that stress response, and I'll come back to various tools that you can use there. But we need to support the adrenals in the meantime. As I say, they keep us alive. Also, though, post-menopause, they become one of the primary sources of sex hormone production. Post-menopause, our adrenals are the most important source of progesterone production. And via production of stress hormone, DHEA, they're also an important source of estrogen, because DHEA is converted in the body to estrogen. So we need to support this gland. And there are a number of nutrients that our adrenals need. Haven't got time to touch on them all. They're in the handout. I will touch on a couple though. Vitamin C gets hoovered up by our adrenals when we're stressed. We're unusual in the mammalian kingdom in that we can't store vitamin C, so we need to get it in our diet every day. Most fruits, tomatoes, peppers, green leafy veg, these are all really good sources. Magnesium, also very, very helpful, particularly when we're stressed and or anxious, because it's a calming mineral, also known as nature's sedative. So very useful if we're feeling anxious. Unfortunately, when we're stressed, levels of magnesium get depressed, so we need to top them up. So sources of magnesium, again, are green leafy veg, nuts, seeds, legumes. These are all going to keep our magnesium reserves topped up. What's next? We need to balance our blood sugar. So why is that important? It's important because dysregulation, imbalance in our blood sugar levels is a stress on the body. And stress isn't just psychological. If we are putting stress on our body, guess what? We're producing stress hormones. So again, I'm just going to share my screen and just talk through exactly what's going on. There we go. Now, if you are eating the standard Western diet, and because it's the standard Western diet, that means most of us are, it's typically a diet that comes from a factory, not a farm, and it's typically one that has had a lot of its nutrients and particularly its fiber stripped out. Food that is largely devoid of dietary fiber doesn't take very long to break down. There's not much for our body to do. And the problem with that is that, and hopefully you can see my cursor here, hopefully that the sugars, the carbohydrates in that food get released into the body very quickly. And that can lead to a blood sugar spike. And we end up here. Now, we might quite like this, because here, all that sugar is hitting our dopamine receptors, and that feels nice. We're getting a nice buzzy reward off that, which is one of the reasons why sugar is so flippin' addictive. But our body doesn't like that at all. Persistently high levels of blood sugar are damaging to our tissue, so our body needs to correct this, and it does that by releasing insulin. Insulin's job is to take that sugar out of our bloodstream and stuff it into our cells. Unfortunately, if we've had a large spike in blood sugar, we can have had an equally large release in insulin, and we end up with an overcompensation. So we're down here. Body really doesn't like this. Body is stressed. If this doesn't get corrected, next stop is coma. So what does the body do? First and foremost, it releases cortisol, because cortisol triggers a release of sugar from our cells. So we've got sugar coming back into our bloodstream. What also can be happening at this point, though, is that we're feeling really, really tired. We've hit that post-lunch slump where we really feel like we just want to have a nap. Our concentration is completely shot. And what do? We reach for the biscuit tin or another ready source of sugar. And that's a perfectly natural physiological reaction to what is happening in the body. We need that ready source of sugar. So we've got biscuit tin, plus the effects of cortisol, what can happen? We end up here again. And you can see we're on this roller coaster. Our energy levels are all over the place. Our mood is all over the place. And over time, not surprisingly, this can then lead to depression. It can also lead to weight gain. So again, we've got symptoms of menopause that we can recognize being exacerbated here. Poor energy, mood swings, depression, weight gain, because our blood sugar isn't nice and balanced. So what do we need to do? We need to eat these whole foods. So what are they? They're foods that come from the factory. Sorry, that come from the farm, not the factory. They are foods that haven't been stripped of their nutrients and fibers. So lovely, lovely vegetables, lots and lots of different colors, fruit, preferably whole fruit, not juices, and whole grains. So those that haven't had their husk and their germ stripped out. And what happens there is that gives our body a lot to do. And ideally, what we get from that is a nice, steady fall and rise in our blood sugar levels that stays within these dotted green bands, which represent the levels at which our body is very, very comfortable. Okay, so we're ticking off those symptoms and slowly finding ways to make the situation a lot more livable. What's next? What next do I touch on? Bone health, of course. We're talking about menopause. I have to talk about bone health. Menopausal women lose on average 2.5% of their bone mineral density every year. Post-menopause, it's about 1.3%. Now that's an average. So you can be at the top or the bottom of the band. And that's not necessarily a problem. It's perfectly natural. It's a symptom of aging, but it can become a problem and it can be exacerbated if our lifestyle choices aren't supporting maintenance of bone mineral density. So what do we need to do? Manage stress. Yay, again, another good reason to manage our stress, because cortisol, that main stress hormone I talked about, cortisol inhibits bone formation. Sugar, let's reduce all that processed food and that high sugar diet, because sugar inhibits collagen production. Collagen is the main building block of bone. And of course, we're also aware that it's important for our skin. So that high sugar diet is not doing your complexion any favors either. Stopping smoking, we all know about this one. Poor for collagen production. So it's not just giving you lines on your face, it's also impacting upon your skeleton. Exercise, load bearing, particularly important menopause and beyond. If you are someone that does a lot of cardio, please make time in your routine for adding in load bearing exercises. We need to stress our bones by putting weight through them. Now, that weight can just be our own body weight, but through stressing our bones, we encourage the build-up. We encourage the build-up of more bone, because we're telling our body, I'm using this, I need to support it. Also very, very important actually in maintaining our muscle mass, because that's something else that starts to decline as we get older. Supporting our muscle mass supports our metabolism. Muscle is much more metabolically hungry than other types of tissue. So in supporting our muscle mass, we're supporting our basal metabolic rate. Therefore, we are counteracting any tendency towards weight gain. Another menopausal tick goes in that box. Nutrients for bone health. A lot of the obvious ones. Calcium, of course, most commonly prescribed mineral post-menopause, which is fine so far as it goes, but calcium, like virtually every nutrient, does not work in isolation. It needs other nutrients to help it in its work. We need vitamin D to absorb that calcium from our gut in the first place. We need magnesium to activate that vitamin D. We need vitamin K2 to get that calcium then out of our bloodstream where we don't want it. Calcification of the arteries is not a good thing. We want to get it out of our arteries and into our bones. Vitamin K2 enables that to happen. So for me, if you are supplementing for bone health, I would suggest you choose a quality bone complex. that should have all the different nutrients that you need, and ideally in the ratios in which you need them. All the information on the different nutrients is in the handout. Give me your email address. Next, phytoestrogens. I have to touch on these because these include things like foodstuffs like soya, which of course is very well known about as a possible support therapy in menopause. But what are phytoestrogens? They are a number of different foodstuffs that have mild estrogenic qualities. So the estrogen in them is nothing like as powerful as the stuff we produce ourselves. But if we have low levels of estrogen, of our natural estrogen, consuming these foodstuffs could help top up those levels and help reduce some of our symptoms. The evidence for things like tofu and soya particularly is very, very positive in terms of maintaining bone mineral density. So positive there. And women that traditionally eat a lot of these types of foodstuffs, so particularly soya, do report much, much lower levels of menopause symptoms than we do in the West. So I'm thinking about the Far East. In Japan, just 22% of women report symptoms of menopause. And remember, this is versus over 85% in the West. In Singapore, the figure is 17%. In China, it's just 10%. And of course, these are societies that eat a lot of tofu. So you'd think that seems pretty clear and cut and dried. There are some question marks whether or not there are cultural factors in the reporting. One, whether or not researchers are using the right terminology, because some societies don't even have phrases for things like hot flushes. But also, are conversations around the menopause and symptoms so taboo that women won't even admit them? We don't know. We don't know, but it's certainly true that the traditional diet in those societies is an awful lot healthier than that we would eat in the West. There's an awful lot more vegetables, much less meat, bugger all in the way of dairy, and lots of these phytoestrogenic foods. So I'd say it's definitely worth incorporating, if for no other reason than if you're including things like flax seeds, tofu, different legumes, nuts and seeds, whole grains. If you're adding those bring a lot of other benefits besides their phytoestrogenic qualities. And if you're adding them, and that's adding to the diversity of your diet, the cornerstone of a healthy diet is diversity. And potentially as well, you might be then just edging out some of that less helpful stuff. So 2 thumbs from me for phytoestrogenic foods. So what do we limit or avoid? And this is where the fun police come in. I've talked about what we can add, what's really helpful to cut out or just cut back on. Alcohol. I don't have time to go into this in any depth, but I'll just go through the list. Alcohol, caffeinated drinks, sugar in all those processed foods, environmental toxins, a little bit difficult to avoid, but do an audit of things like your personal care products and your cleaning products, etc. Check plastic food and drink containers, and don't smoke. Of course, don't smoke. That's obvious. It's bad for you on every level. So yeah, limit or avoid everything on that list. Other lifestyle measures, and again, I'm going to share a screen just to give you a little bit of inspiration and indications. So let's go from there to this. And this is very much take your pick. There are some non-negotiables, but whatever you do, make it something you love, make it something you enjoy, because then you'll keep doing it. And we have to keep doing it. It's not just a case of do this thing until you feel better. We need to keep on doing it, because then that will make sure we keep feeling better. So get some exercise, get into nature, do something creative, do whatever makes your heart sing. But what are the non-negotiables? We need to exercise. We need to exercise. We need to keep moving. Some of this can be just incidental. So park further away, use the stairs, Go for a walk during your lunch break rather than staying at your desk or workstation. That's all quite easy stuff. In terms of purposeful exercise, the evidence seems to sit at about 3 hours a week, and you can break that up as much as you like. Moderate intensity, and that is defined as a brisk walk or equivalent. And a brisk walk is defined as one during which you can talk but not sing. So if you can knock off a few verses of your national anthem while you're walking, you're not walking fast enough, so up your pace. What else? Load bearing, I've already covered that, and for the reasons why. And I'm going to put yoga in here. One, I'm a huge fan, but also it can tick an awful lot of those boxes. So it's a great form of exercise. It's great in terms of that load bearing and supporting our bone structure, supporting our bone flexibility. Helpful as well with psychological symptoms of menopause, helpful, of course, with our stress management, and helpful with our fatigue levels. So you can tick a lot of boxes just by doing some yoga. Other non-negotiables, stress management. You have to find a way to manage your stress. Some suggestions. Yoga I've already covered. Mindfulness and meditation. Lots and lots of evidence to support the value of doing some meditation, and there are a ton of very talented practitioners out there, as well as being lots and lots of online resources. Meditation is not woo-woo. The science is very, very solid, and just 5 minutes a day can make a big, big difference, particularly if you're a stressed person. Get into nature. It is naturally soothing to us. We are not evolved to live our lives in concrete boxes. We are part of nature. We are not separate to it. So if it's a green space where you live, if it's a city park, if it's a rural plantation, whatever it is, get into nature. Even just looking at a picture of a tree has been proven to lower our stress hormones. Nature is good for us. And breath work. I include this because it's free, it's easy, and we all do it. Only an awful lot of us don't do it very well. Lots of us tend to breathe in our chest, particularly when we're stressed. Move that diaphragm, push that air downwards, push the air outwards, feel your stomach expand. Deep breathing and having a longer exhalation than inhalation, count it out. Doing that puts us into rest and repair as opposed to being in fight or flight. So very good again for stress management. And attitude. This is massively important when it comes to just our overall approach to our menopause and seeing it as just a life stage that we are fortunate enough to actually go through. It's a fortunate consequence of aging, and we have to think that, okay, we've made it, lots didn't. But viewing it positively is one of the 5 factors that research, a piece of study that was done in Australia, that piece of research identified 5 different factors associated with having a much better menopause experience and having fewer symptoms. So the 5 are being physically well. We've covered a lot of that. Keeping moving, keeping exercise. We've touched on that. Having that positive attitude to your menopause, feeling happy, and having positive relationships and friends. All of these are associated with having fewer menopause symptoms. So I think what can be very, very useful for women at that time of life is to really start thinking about themselves and about what they want, and to allow a little bit of selfishness into their existence. It really is a time to start putting your own oxygen mask on first. It's maybe even a time to start thinking about those relationships we have that aren't serving us, that don't actually benefit our well-being. All of us have friends that are maybe permanently in deficit in terms of the give and take. And that can ebb and flow, of course it can. But if you do have relationships that actually aren't healthy for you, maybe it's time for a call to think about yourself and to think about, okay, I'm going through this. It's an end, but it's not the end. It's also a beginning. It is the start of decades of the next stage of your life. So what are you going to do with that? What are you going to do with all that time that is going to feed you? We might have spent decades looking after other people, putting ourselves second, not saying that thing because might upset that person, might cause a bit of a ruckus. Maybe it's time to actually be the true us and remember all that stuff way back before everything got so complicated and interesting post-puberty. Remember all that stuff that used to make our hearts sing. Menopause is your return. This is a quote. Menopause is your return to where you were before, when your hormones levels are the same as a pre-adolescent girl's. Now, that's probably not scientifically exactly right, but bear with me, go with it. Before, as I say, before everything got so complicated and equally interesting, going back to what I hope was memories of a happy childhood and all the things that were so clear there, because we're very clear-sighted as children, and we get excited at the start of every day because what's it going to bring? Limitless possibilities, and we have things that we're passionate about and that we can spend hours doing and that really are the reflection of us. If you've not been doing any of that stuff, then why not pick it up again? Why not join a choir if you love to sing? Why not join a crafting group if you used to spend hours building stuff or making stuff? All that stuff that made you, you. And if you are feeling the lack of maybe some inspiration, some role models, I'll just share my screen for the last time and maybe give you some examples that you might want to, you might want to think of when you feel the need for that little bit of courage and that sense of, yes, this is my time. Embrace the possibilities of your future and become ever more the true you. These are just some pictures of some women. These are all at least late 40s or older. They are captains of industry. They are leaders of nations. They are making their roles what they want them to be. So Angela Merkel, mother of a nature. Nobody's telling Kamala Harris that she's not going to be the next president of the United States. Christine Lagarde. Nicole Kidman got to a certain age, couldn't find the roles that she wanted as an actress, so she set up her own production company and she's making those roles happen. And dear Lord, Oprah Winfrey, nobody's telling her that she's not going to do what's right for her. So if you need inspiration, please, think of these women or somebody else that you admire and think, yes, if she's done it, I can do it too. Because these are all just ordinary women. We're all just ordinary women, but we're also all extraordinary. So, time to please yourself, perhaps at least every once in a while. And that's me. Thank you very, very much for listening. I'll give you my email address. Oh, I do have a final slide with all my contact details on, so I will leave that just before I sign off. Do come and see me on my stand today. I am stand number 319 in the professional services zone. I would love to see you. Let me have any questions that you would have. Thank you very, very much for listening. I hope you found something useful in that. But yeah, let me know if you have any questions. It's been wonderful to be with you today. So thank you again to Digital Age Expo. And thank you, Catherine.
Oh, thank you so much, Joanne. That was really, really insightful. There's so many hints and tips in there. It was absolutely brilliant. So yeah, thank you so much. It's a tricky subject, isn't it, for people to talk about, but hearing something like this can help so much.
Yeah, 100%. As you say, it's been tricky for so long, and also one that people haven't wanted to address or have tried to suppress conversations around. But that's helpful to no one.
Yeah.
So this affects everybody on the planet, either directly or indirectly. So we need to talk about it.
Yeah.
Is there a way, Catherine, for me just to share my final slide that's got my contact details on it? Can I do that?
Yeah,
still?
Yeah, you go ahead.
Let me just, so that people can scribble those down, particularly if they're watching this on the repeat. Yeah, please do come and find me one way or another. It would be wonderful to, to hear your stories, get your questions. yeah, and just learn something a bit about you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Joanne.
Okay. Thank you very, very much.
Okie doke. Thank you. I'll see you soon.
Thank you. See you soon.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi, Alan. How are you doing?
Right, 10 press ups for me, speaking on mute. I'm great. How are you?
Yeah, very good. Thank you. The sun's shining, so it's put a smile on my face, although I am very hot.
Yeah, me too. So I've got a little tiny fan going. Can you hear it?
No.
Good.
No.
Okay, fine. I'll keep it on.
No, that's absolutely fine. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I will make you co-host now. So you will be able to share your screen if you wanted to, if you got any presentations, or you can control any visitors coming in. But I will admit any visitors that I see sort of coming in. Because it's a bit of a distraction, isn't it? When you're kind of trying to do that at the same time, but you can also control it if you wish. What I would say is at the bottom, you can see the number of participants.
Yeah.
If that is low, do not panic. So what happens is when people are coming into the show, they can go into the auditorium and just watch the live screen. So they don't have to join the Zoom. So it doesn't mean that no one's watching. They are watching. They just might not have joined.
I'm a jazz singer as well. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, both of you. I'm well used to it, don't worry. Well used to not follow for anyone.
Oh, fab. No, that's fine. But when I do your introduction, I will say that to people, that if you are in the auditorium, feel free to come and join the Zoom and you can get involved in anything interactive.
I did notice on LinkedIn that they're advertising me as the former chair of the Northern Space Consortium, which is true, but I'm here as the ESA Business Applications Ambassador. So just
no problem. I've seen your email and I've updated my little intro for you. So that's no problem at all. Are you planning on sharing your screen?
Yeah, let's do a little test.
Yeah, do you want to practice? Yeah. Just make sure it all goes smoothly. Do you know, I'm really excited for your talk because I just love space and things like that. It's like so fascinating to me. So
excellent. Okay, so I'll just literally step through. Great. All good?
Have you shared? Did you share your screen? Oh, yes. I haven't seen anything.
Okay. Let's try that again.
Yeah. There we go. It's sharing now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can see this ended. So.
Yes, I can see your presentation now. Yes.
That full screen?
Yeah. Flick to the next bit. Yeah. Perfect. That's done. Yeah.
I'll just step all the way through. Great.
Yeah, brilliant. That all
Super, thank
works.
you.
Fantastic. Okie dokie. So we're keeping the recording on throughout the session, throughout the whole day. So what we're going to do afterwards, we're going to pop them onto YouTube, but we're just going to crop them. So like we'll crop from the beginning of yours to the end of yours and put that on as a session and do it that way.
That's great.
So yeah, if you wanted to kind of hide your camera, go and get any water or anything like that until your slot, you are welcome to do so.
Blue stuff.
What is that?
I don't know if you like Star Trek, but there's a drink in Star Trek called Romulan Ale that looks like this. It's some spa zone.
Oh, really?
Low
Right,
sugar,
okay.
tropical thing.
It looks delicious. Okie coke. So yeah.
What I'll do is I will share my screen now. Do you want me to do that with just, it's not rocket science?
Yeah, you can. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. And then that's your intro waiting for the 1 o'clock. Yeah.
Will you then, how to then do it? Will you then?
I will then introduce you. Yeah,
Just
I will
your
basically,
voice.
I will start off and I will basically say, you know, welcome everyone to Digital Age Expo. I'll run through a couple of housekeeping bits and then I will do a little introduction for yourself and then hand over.
Superb. Okay, I'll start sharing now then. Thank you.
Okie doke, no problem. Hi, Santosh.
Hi, Catherine. Hello, Alan.
How you doing? You okay?
I was looking at your screen when you were flicking around. It looks, quite, fancy and lots of, images on the slides.
Yeah. So there's a lot of information I've got to impart. So the information will be there, and then I'll try and speak around it so people can read it.
Sure. No, it's really great to have you over here. Hope you are going to enjoy the whole show.
Yeah.
Have you got your stand as well?
Yes, yeah, I've set up a stand. Yeah.
Okay, great. And are you speaking any other session or this is
No, just this one.
Okay, great. So what will happen, as Catherine mentioned, that we'll be recording, this session will be recorded and post event. This will be promoted, throughout our social media channels as well. We will give one recording to you as well, so that you can also just run it through to your social media channels. But after this session, maybe if you get time, we have got another 3 days. Just speak to any exhibitor, anything else. What sort of things are you promoting at the moment in terms of value addition to the customers or services?
So we have a number of open competitive calls, which are here, these ones. It's just so broad. I mean, we cover everything, and down the bottom right there, you'll see the open call, which means that we listen to any idea. So anyone who's developing any digital service that could be using satellite navigation or positioning or timing, ubiquitous connectivity, or that needs eyes on assets or people or places anywhere in the world, then these.
I'll ask. Shall I ask you a question? Maybe is this getting recorded at the moment? Catherine?
It is, yes, yeah.
Can we stop the recording for a minute, please?
Okay.
I don't know if this is the time or not, but 3 more minutes. I'll be very quick. So from our team, will set up a meeting if you have got a stand, Alan. But at the same time, if possible, Catherine, just set up some meeting with Alan for me next week.
No problem at all.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Bye, guys.
Bye. Okie coke. No, that's fine. So what we will do, we'll just leave it till about 1 minute past, Alan, just to allow anyone that does want to join, that they can just kind of get the Zoom up and running, and then we'll make a start.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Alan, if you are ready, I will make a start. Yeah, fantastic. Brilliant. Okay, so welcome everyone to Digital Age Expo. Just before I hand over to our guest speaker, I just wanted to make you aware that we are recording the session for those of you that are unable to make this specific time slot, and those will be going on to YouTube. But we're also having a live stream. So if you're sat currently in the auditorium and you're watching on the live stream, if you want to click join now, you're more than welcome to kind of come and join the Zoom. So if there's any interactive sessions, then you can get involved and you can ask any questions and join the chat function as well. So I'm delighted to be able to hand over to our guest speaker. So we have Alan Cross, the European Space Agency Business Applications Ambassador. That's quite a mouthful to say, Alan. And he's going to be doing a brilliant talk on It's Not Rocket Science. So I'm delighted to hand over to Alan if you want to make a start.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. I hope you're all comfortable. It's rather hot where I am. I hope it's not too bad where you are. I'll give myself a brief introduction just so you know who's talking at you. My name is Alan Cross, and I'm European Space Agency Business Applications Regional Ambassador for North West England and North Wales, part of a national network, in fact, part of a Europe-wide network that stretches from Ireland all the way to Eastern Europe. My job is to help businesses understand the capabilities of satellites and the data they provide, and help them along the way in applying for funding. Please, if you think this has got nothing to do with you, if you think space is something that the Americans or the Russians do, please stick with it, because this is about you. 70% of the space economy, which is in Britain worth £16.4 billion, is actually the use of the data generated from space. It is how that data is implemented into the non-space sectors for products and services. So if you are in the digital sector, if you are supplying services using digital technologies, you need to listen to this, because space is an enormous opportunity for you. So I'm based in the Liverpool City region at a place called Daresbury, which you can see on there. That's SciTech Daresbury. I'm part of the Science and Technology Facilities Council. That's a national research council. They host me regionally. The site, I'll tell you, is a wonderful site, major national science infrastructure, very close to Liverpool, Manchester, Cheshire, and even for Preston in Lancashire. We're home to the Hartree National Centre for Digital Innovation. This is one of the most powerful supercomputers in the country. It's just received, well, it's about to receive a £210 million investment. It can do in 10 minutes what it would take your computer 15 years to do. And they work, this is not just space, they work across sectors. This is a government-owned facility, but it is aimed squarely at research and academia. It is for use by people in this country to create new services, to figure new things out, to get things moving. So that's who I am, that's where I'm based. What do I mean when I talk about space? Well, I'm not talking about rockets. I'm not talking about astronauts. I'm not talking about the return to the moon or onwards to Mars or Elon Musk or any of these things. I'm talking about satellites. I'm talking about satellite positioning, navigation timing, satellite connectivity, and satellite imagery. I won't go into too much detail because that's easy to do, but I will give a rundown, a very high level rundown of what these technologies are and what backs them up. So satellite PNT, position and navigation timing, known as Global Navigation Satellite Systems, GNSS. There's lots of acronyms in here, but I won't just throw them at you. I will explain what I'm talking about. The most famous GNSS is GPS, the Global Positioning System. That's an American system. But you also have GLONASS, which is Russian, and Galileo, which is European, Baidu, which is Chinese. And then there are other regional efforts coming online, including, we hope, in the coming years, one for the UK. Basically, these satellites are big atomic clocks in space, and they sit about 20,000 kilometers out in space, and they just send very accurate timing signals, tell you what time it is and where they are. And your device then picks up at least 4 of these signals, and it can calculate where it is on the surface of the globe. Now, traditionally, this will give you 5-meter accuracy or thereabouts. When Galileo is fully ramped up, and hopefully some point this year, we'll be looking potentially at 1 meter accuracy, maybe even in circumstances as low as 20 centimeters. So if, like me, you live in a city which has these little e-scooters that you can rent out, these are geolocated, so you can't go in the shopping centres and various places, and they slow down if you're on certain streets. But people still ride them on the pavement, even though that's illegal. With 20 centimeter accuracy geolocation, you could tell, is the scooter on the road, is it on the pavement, and you can slow down, shut it off automatically. So these just one example of how you might use that. But of course, the timing signal itself is useful, as well as the route optimization and navigation, which we all use. You know, we order a pizza, we can see it arriving. We order something off the internet, we can see it, the delivery drivers coming at us. There's very useful applications of the timing signals on their own. For example, the national grid is timed in part by these timing signals from satellites. They need incredibly accurate timing to switch circuits so that things don't overload and blow up and electricity get where it needs to be and so on and so forth. And it is atomically accurate timing that enables that. So this also has applications for master clock synchronization, but also in blockchain for that integrity timestamp marker within the block, within the chain, timed to atomically accurate levels. So we're all familiar with the power of satellite position, navigation, and timing because we use it all the time. From the moment you wake up to the moment you arrive at work, if you're back in work, and then you interact with about 25 satellites in space. This is a main example of one. Also, satellite connectivity, the second pillar. We're familiar with this because when we watch the news and you'll see an outside broadcast and they'll talk to someone on the other side of the world, and it will often take a second or two lag in between one speaking and the other hearing. So this has been a setback, frankly, for many, many years regarding satellite communications, because these satellites, the reason why there's a lag is that these satellites are 36,000 kilometers away, nearly twice as high as the GPS satellites and the Galileo satellites. And all they do is they're a big old dish and they just point their dish back at, in our case, all of Europe. And it's what we call a bent pipe. So the signal comes up, it is received, and it's sent back down. This allows you to communicate around the planet. What's happening now is, rather than this bent pipe, this next generation of satellite connectivity is now coming online. Stuff like Starlink from Elon Musk's SpaceX, stuff like OneWeb, which the British government owns a majority share in, but also smaller ones with focus on Internet of Things like Hyper, Astrocast, these sort of things. So these are mesh networks. So rather than just the signal going up and down, these satellites are talking to each other around the globe, and they are much closer. They're between 400 and 700 miles away. And what that means, and this has been demonstrated by Starlink, is that they can deliver a high band broadband to really anywhere on Earth with, crucially, low latency. So you don't get that time lag. So I'm sitting here at home in central Liverpool, hardwired into the internet, and I can expect about a 20 millisecond lag. It used to be that satellite communications was 2 seconds, when it's now down to about 50 milliseconds. And they're getting towards 20. So what is starting to happen now is we are seeing applications for healthcare and education in some of the most isolated parts of the planet. We see First Nations in the Americas using Starlink and other systems in order to get real-time healthcare from healthcare professionals elsewhere in the country for real-time education, as we're all aware of over lockdown happened, that we've been using Zoom and various platforms for. We can't do that with traditional satellite connectivity, but now this new generation is online. So it's about global access to data and services. It's about backup for traditional terrestrial communications, improve security and integrity as well. I have mentioned high speed, low latency of it, but there are also dedicated IoT solutions. So not everyone needs to be transmitting megabytes or gigabytes of information. If you're trying to get data, or your customers are trying to get data out of an electricity pile, out of the tag on a cow, out of a phone booth, out of a tent, whatever it might be, this is only kilobytes of information. And there are dedicated IoT satellites. And these things are small. When I say small, I mean this size. We used to, back in the day, you'd see someone talking about the new space telescope they were launching, the new satellite they were launching, and it was the size of a school bus or the size of a lorry, and next to them on the desk would be a little model of the spacecraft. Now, the spacecraft is the size of that model. We just have lots and lots of them, and so we're able to do smaller, cheaper, more accessible data from them. So that's satellite connectivity, satellite imagery, Earth observation. This is what most people think about when we think about data from satellites, and we're slightly victims of Hollywood with this. And there are two examples here at opposite ends of the spectrum. The Simpsons, back in the late 90s, was an episode in which Mr. Burns is accused of stealing $1 trillion bill, and the CIA say, we've moved the satellite to see if we can spot it, but all we can tell you is that it's not on the roof. So that was one side of it. And the other side, of course, was the Will Smith film Enemy of the State, in which they claimed in 1998 that satellites can read a newspaper over your shoulder from space, or read a car registration number. That isn't the case. With optical imagery from satellites, you're talking about maximum at the moment 30 centimeter resolution. What does that mean? Well, that means that every pixel in the image is 30 centimeters on a side. So that is not enough to recognize a face or read a newspaper. It is, however, enough to recognize a car, to tell a blue car from a red van. It's enough to spot cracks in a bridge. And of course, we don't just have optical, we have infrared and ultraviolet. Using these frequencies, we can tell the health of chlorophyll in a single tree anywhere in the world. But then, of course, we have active Earth observation like radar and LiDAR and microwave altimetry, where we can spot millimeter changes in topography, where we can detect salinity of the soil, moisture index of the soil, where we can measure the heights of the waves, we can measure the speed of the wind, we can measure difference in aerosol layers throughout the atmosphere. Critically, with Earth observation, what makes it really powerful is that the satellites keep on coming back. They have a resolution in space, but they have a resolution in time, sometimes measured in a day or so. So if you need eyes on, or your customers need eyes on an asset, on infrastructure, on a farm, on a development in a city, if they need eyes on constantly, then they can do that regularly. They can change, detect as they go on. So these are the three things we're talking about when we talk about space. And I'm going to give you now some examples of digital businesses, some of them very small SMEs that have used space to their advantage. These are not what you were expecting to talk about, but I'm about to now talk about a company that takes photographs of people running marathons. So AWOL Media Productions, these are based in Lancashire, and they're an SME, and the issue that they face, in fact, that the entire sector globally faces in terms of sports event photography, is that it takes a long time to get the photographs online. Imagine there's 10,000 people running a marathon, and there's 100 photographers at every step of the way taking these photographs. Well, that's hundreds of thousands, even millions of HD photographs, and each one has to be quality checked. It has to be assigned to a runner, and then it has to be uploaded. And that means that it takes the industry standard globally between 24 and 48 hours to get from when you finish the race to you able to get your photographs online, or your loved ones to buy the photograph if you run it as a gift. So AWOL were using some really clever AI, really clever edge AI right on site with them that was looking at quality control, that was immediately assigning the pictures to the runners. But the problem was they still had a huge amount of data to upload. And so they tried everything. They tried the mobile phone signal, that didn't help. They tried going to local coffee shops, that didn't help. They tried paying local people, could they plug into their Wi-Fi? It still didn't help. So they approached Ease of Business Applications. I would chat to them and I helped them apply for funding. And they've just completed a demonstration project now in which they integrated dedicated satellite connectivity into their system. And they are now the only company on Earth, and this is a lucrative sector, the only company on Earth that can offer their photographs to the paying customer, not in 2 days, but in 10 minutes. So a huge earthquake has just gone off in this sector. And now when I first spoke to them, they were like, well, 5 years, 10 years from now, we'd really like to be nipping at the heels of the big international players. Well, they've just leapfrogged those international players in 2 years, and they're now knocking on their door. So this is a great example of how a company using digital technologies, driven by digital innovation, was able to disrupt and grow by the use of space connectivity. Up next, healthcare company. This is Anywhere Care, again based in Northwest England in Lancashire. So they have, their main product is this own phone, which you can see the gentleman using there. It's a big, simple to use, a touchscreen phone. Very low functionality deliberately so that elderly or vulnerable users can use it with ease. And if I was to phone the gentleman there, what would happen is my face would appear on the phone and you'd hear my voice saying, pick up the phone, it's Alan. And he'd go, he touches it and it answers. It's as simple as that. What they wanted to do was to build in a service offer based around the phone on a sliding scale that could be bespoke, but chosen by the users and their loved ones. So they use geofencing with this global navigation satellite systems and fall detection. So what that means is, let's say my granddad was, every Monday, at 9 o'clock, he goes to the pharmacist, and then he goes to the betting shop, and then he goes to church. If he doesn't do one of those things, I can be alerted. I can be alerted if he's suddenly in the middle of a road, or close to a road, or close to a canal or a river, or somewhere that we've agreed that maybe shouldn't be going because it's a dangerous situation for them. And so this is a non-invasive monitoring service that has been built around this existing functionality on this own phone product to enable peace of mind for loved ones and for the users as well. I said there's a range of functionality there, right the way through to predictive features, being able to look ahead and using AI to make those predictive modeling. So this has helped many people live more independent lives for longer. Next this is Orbital Witness. So this is used in the financial sector, insurance, property development. So this is the use of Earth observation. So this product allows instant property insight. So we're talking here high resolution optical imagery. As I mentioned, that's a meter down to about 30 centimeters. So each pixel you see there on the screen, if you're getting close, is going to be about 30 centimeters on the side. The power of this is because the satellites go over and over and over, you can build up an image, you can build up a time sequence of what's happening. And if you look at the bottom of that screenshot there, you'll see that is a sliding scale that's going from September 2009 right through to when the picture was taken about 3 years ago. So what this enables, it enables the legal sector, the insurance sector, the property sector, to check all kinds of parameters, to check on boundary disputes. It allows them to check, is there any illegal building going on? And it can red flag problems early, automatically. As soon as a change is detected, the user can be alerted. And if someone is buying a site or to develop property or buying a building, whatever it might be, the due diligence that they have to do can be accelerated and enhanced, because suddenly when they go out and check the site, that's one thing, but now they can look back at the site over a period of years. What's changed? What's happened there? And of course, this has got excellent applications for insurance inquiries, and it reduces the cost of running these inquiries. And this is always used and trusted on the market by the likes of M&S, by Transport for London, by Slaughter and May, just to name a few. So these are 3 examples of innovative businesses using this digital technology. And you'll notice that, with the exception maybe of Orbital Witness, the core of it is not the satellites. The satellites are bringing value to the service. So please don't think that this is just about what can the satellite do. It's about using the existing applications, the existing capability, and applying it to your sector, to your customer sector. So let's move on and let's look at a few other applications. So, of course, we've got tracking of deliveries and assets and supply chains. We know this with ride-hailing applications like Uber. To push it further, this is applied or will be applied to autonomous vehicles. It's all well and good an autonomous vehicle running around a university campus or an airport, but what about when they're in the Lake District or the Highlands of Scotland, where the mobile phone signal just doesn't exist? How do you get data in and out? How do you know where the assets are? Speaking of remote areas, look at what 3 words. If you're not using what 3 words, I would recommend you do. It splits the entire planet into a 3-meter cube and gives it 3 unique identifier words. And this is used if you're from search and rescue, they will normally ask you for what 3 words for where the person is, for where you are. Again, this is used by integrating satellite data. Of course, weather. And not just the weather as we see on the news, but hyper-localized weather. If you've got infrared that can see down to decimeter levels, then you can have hyper-local weather forecasts for building sites, for power plants, for individual streets on a building, for hospitals. There's an enormous application there for these very bespoke weather products. Command and control, getting the data in and out of a major incident or of a major event, not for use by, of course, the emergency services, but also by others. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone here, drones and agriculture. So, of course, there are massive agri-tech applications here. We can detect changes in chlorophyll, how effective chlorophyll is being at doing its job. We can detect that from space down to individual tree levels. So we can separate fields out into individual segments a few meters across and check the health of the plant, the salinity of the soil, the moisture index, all these aerosols in the air, all these things. But of course, drones are really important. Most drones, not the really, really affordable ones, but slightly higher than that, will be geolocated. So the moment they lose a signal, they return to where they took off from. But then how do we get data in and out? Once we're looking at beyond line of sight drones, how is the data transmitted? And of course, drones can be used in conjunction with satellites. If you have a 1,000-acre farm or your customers or users do, yes, they could be flying a drone up and down all day long, but it's probably much more efficient to use the satellites to look at the farm and identify the certain spot where the drone should go to, and the drone can then do those closer examinations. Telemedicine. As we've learned during the pandemic, the use of Zoom to connect to health professionals has been incredibly useful, but that's all well and good if you're sat in a hardwired internet area. If you're not, if you are in the Highlands of Scotland or the steppes of Russia or the Amazon rainforest, how can people connect to healthcare, to education? Satellite connectivity can do that. We've seen checking specific locations, so disaster management, city management, looking at property, looking at developments. All these can be enhanced with the use of satellites. Climate change. How do we measure carbon sequestration? How do we make sure that businesses aren't illegally dumping? There's a huge amount that can be done and actually is being done using satellite data, but there will be commercial applications here that haven't been thought of. FinTech, and we've touched on that, the use of blockchain integration. Now, this is a still from a high definition video from space. So what we're looking at here, and you'll see, you can't read a newspaper with that scale. But if you were to zoom in on the bottom left there, you could see individual ships. You can tell which boat is which. You could tell if there were problems on the bridge, if there was a crash, if there was an enormous amount of data just in that photograph alone. And of course, once you bring in infrared, ultraviolet, radar, there's lots of other information that can be gleaned. Going up slightly, but let's just keep going, shall we? These guys are on the space station there. And we know that on the space station, when we grow crystals, for example, they're much purer. And that means that medicines grown in space are much more efficient. On the left, that crystal was grown in zero gravity and microgravity on the space station. And on the right, the exact same conditions, but in gravity. So insulin grown on the space station is around 4 times more effective than insulin grown on Earth. Fiber optic cables grown in zero gravity can carry 10 times the data that their Earth-grown counterparts can. And as launch costs continue to drop, this is going to become more and more commercially viable. But I digress. I've given you an awful lot of information there all at once. And as has been said in science fiction many times, don't panic. because you're not alone. I'm here to help, not just me, but many others. So I'm going to give now a very quick whistle-stop tour of the funding and support that ESA Business Applications can offer. So we're a funding stream. We're not an R&D stream. We are here to help get services that have got a minimum viable product to market. And we do that by funding feasibility studies and demonstration projects. Feasibility studies are not technical feasibility studies, they are commercial feasibility studies. Who's going to pay for it? Do they really want it? Is this just a cool idea you've had that works, but no one needs to use the service? All these things, trying to figure that stuff out. So we look for a market demand, not a technology push. We are focused on business as service deployment. You need to be working in close partnership with users and customers, and potentially we can help connect you to those users and customers. It's about creating reliable, integrated, sustainable services. This is not a grant to grant chase. This will be the last bit of funding you ever apply for, because after this, the customers pay for it. I should probably note that this is not a grant funder. This is not public sector funding. This is classed as a commercial contract with the European Space Agency. So here's some of the opportunities we currently have, as well as having these competitive competition open at the moment. There's a space for resilient utilities, aviation safety, tourism, the hydro sector, future hospitals, schools of tomorrow, smart and uncrewed shipping. These are specific competitive calls. We also have more open calls that last a bit longer: space for rail, space for space systems for security and safety, and the open call. Now, the open call is very interesting because it basically means if you have an idea for a service that is using satellite in some way that is aimed at a customer, tell us. You tell us your idea and we'll consider funding 50% of that feasibility study or demonstration project to get it to market. So this is non-competitive. You are competing only with yourself. So come speak to me and we can try and move this forward. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about what the process of applying for this specific open call is. So the first stage is something called the Activity Pitch Questionnaire, the APQ. My job is to help with this APQ. This is 8 pages, lean and mean, capture your idea, submit it to the European Space Agency and the UK Space Agency, and then they will then consider it, and they'll invite you in to talk about it if they like it. And then after that, hopefully you'll be invited to an outline proposal. This is now working with a technical officer from within the European Space Agency through to a full proposal, and then to project sign-off, and you would begin that project. In terms of timelines, this is what we're expecting. This is in months. So first of all, come and speak to me, your friendly neighborhood space ambassador, and we'll try and see what we can do to help. Then there's the activity pitch questionnaire. Again, my job is to help you with that, to go through it line by line to get it as lean and mean as we can. So it hits right the nail on the head as it arrives with those assessors. Then the face-to-face pitch. And this is 3 months after we first engaged with each other. Then if they like it, you go into ESA with the technical officer, outline proposal, full proposal, and a contract award after about 9 months. There are ways to accelerate this. Once you've had your APQ accepted, you could then, I would say you should then be looking at the outline proposal and seeing how those sections of the APQ can be expanded to fit in to the outline proposal, just to get through it as quickly as possible. If you don't engage after being invited for the outline proposal, if you don't engage for a few months, then you will automatically fall out of the program. But if you come straight back with the outline proposal, working with the TO, you can move this along quite quickly. So where are you in your thinking? If you have an idea of how maybe could space do this, could we use it to do that? Come and speak to me. How did you come up with the idea? Do you have an end user who could use it? Or is this just something you think is really snazzy? We need you to be thinking it from the customer's perspective. What's innovative? So what's innovative is not the space technology. We do not want you to reinvent GPS. We do not want you to reinvent satellite communications or Earth observation. What we want you to do is to take existing systems and use them in an innovative way in the sector that you're servicing. So what is the asset? You're going to need to know about what the space assets can do. And I can help with that. Do come and speak to me, and I can help point you in the right direction. Do our timelines fit you? You know, we are a multinational bureaucracy, and sometimes things can take a while. So if you want funding next month to go to market in 2 months, this isn't the one for you. As you say, it can be about 9 months to get on contract, and then if you're looking at a feasibility study, that's a further 6 months to complete the project. If it's a demo project, it could be up to 18 months before the project is completed. So how does that fit into your timeline and your capacity to deliver this project? And it has to be a very clearly defined project. We are not putting money into your business. This is zero equity. You know, we don't want to own the business. We don't want the money back. This is a commercial project. We want you to grow and create more jobs, frankly. This is taxpayers' money that you're spending. So who's the competition? Figure that out. You know, if someone else doing it, is this a crowded marketplace or is this brand new? Who knows? We need to look into that. We need to know that. And be realistic about how big your market's going to be. Just because the internet, if you're doing something in the railway sector, just because the international rail sector is worth X amount of billions, doesn't mean that that is your addressable market. So be honest with yourself and each other, and we'll help with that. And does the proposition fit into your business strategy? Is this something that you are doing, or is it just something you think might be fun to do because you might be able to get some funding for it? This is about real world applications that will really make a difference. Very quickly on what that initial activity pitch questionnaire looks like. 4 sections, 8 pages. Company background. Who are you? What's your expertise? Do you have the expertise to create this project and carry it out and deliver it? If not, how are you managing that? Are you bringing in consultants? Is there a consortium partner? How are you doing that? Section 2, the offer and the added value. What is the service? What will it be? What does space bring to it? What does the service give to the sector that isn't already there? Number 3, target and impact. What's the project? What are you going to do? What are the outcomes? It's a well-bounded project. There have to be deliverables throughout. There has to be a definable outcome. What are they? For implementation and delivery. How are you going to do it? How will it look? Month 1, month 2, month 3. What is an outline timeline for this? And it's the same format for feasibility and demonstration projects. And again, it has to be a well-founded, well-constructed project, because that is what the European Space Agency is putting the money into. Not into the business, not into the technology, not into the product, into that specific feasibility study or demo project. So what can you do to prepare? Talk to me. Come and talk to me. Register on EMITS, that's the ESA portal for engaging with external companies. And on there, you'll find lots of information. There are business model canvas. Think about your idea, refine it, explore the gaps in your knowledge. If space is brand new to you, come and speak to me. I'll see what I can do to help. There's lots of guidance notes on there and presentations to watch. And you can actually go on our website, which I'll show you at the end, and review other projects that we funded. And they are searchable by the sector that they were in and the technology that was used. So that's a really useful tool to go in and either get inspiration or find out if other people are doing this idea that you've had. And we run these 8 PQ activity pitch questionnaire surveys and workshops for ourselves and the other ambassadors dotted throughout the country. Critically, ask all the questions. There's no such thing as a stupid question. Come and ask me, come and speak to me. So remember, use the ambassador network. Don't just jump in. And also don't shy away. Use it. Come and speak to us. Each application reviewed on a case-by-case basis. You are not in competition with the other people, with the other applicants. This is about you. It's about your project, your idea, and how good is it? Will it work? Will it be a well-bounded project? So be clear on the innovation and what it's going to bring to your sector. Critically engage with the customers. You have to be talking to the customers to find out what they want. Bring them in as part of the consortium. If you're going to do a demonstration project, demonstrate it with a potential customer. And most of them will bite your hand off to do that. Management criteria can be found on our website there. Do read that. Do read what ESA expects, the language that they expect you to use. And think of your competitors as well. Understand the risks. And really think about it. This is not just about getting money and trying to do a thing. This is about the return on investment for UK PLC. This is ultimately UK taxpayer money that is being spent. So what will it do? How many jobs will you create? Not just in your own business, but what will this allow the sector and the customers to do for your sales? So I've got a little bit of time left. Yeah, I've got about 4 minutes left. So a quick summary. It's not rocket science. It's slightly misleading because there's a lot going on. There's been a huge amount of information I've just given you there. So remember, this is about satellite navigation, positioning, timing, satellite connectivity, satellite remote sensing. If this has sparked some ideas, come and speak to me, okay? And this is already being used. This is literally more than 2/3 of the space sector is this stuff, is businesses using data from space to create new products and services that service non-space sectors. This is where the money is in the space sector. So if you're in the digital economy, this is definitely something you should be considering. And you are not alone. I'm here, other ambassadors are here. The UK Space Agency is there to help. The Satellite Applications Catapult is there to help. Funding and support is available. So if you've got a service that you know it works, you know exactly what resolution of Earth observation data you need and in what spectrum, you know exactly what you're doing, you know exactly where it's going to go, you know exactly who your customer is. You just need a bit of assistance getting it to market. Come and speak to me. Let's see how we can help. If you've just got an idea, if this has just sparked an idea, well, actually, we were doing this, and could we use satellite connectivity to do that instead of LoRaWAN or 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, wherever it might be? Come and speak to me. Let's see what we can do. If you're just curious to find out more, come and speak to me. I'm here to help. There's been a huge amount of information that I've given you here, but businesses are growing using space data. They are the bulk of the space economy. And you can be too. The chances are your competitors are already using space data in some way. So we can't really afford to hang around. Come and speak to me. Let's figure this out together. Here are my details. Thank you very much for your time. More information could be found out at business.esa.int, including that search function that allows us to look at all the different previously funded projects. There's more information on Earth observation data, how to access it, that sort of thing. Email me, follow me on Twitter, connect with me on LinkedIn. Let's ask the questions, because space means business and we need more space. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you, Alan. That was so interesting. There's so much in there that majority of people have got no idea. Yeah, that's really good. Yeah, absolutely. No, that was fantastic. Thank you so much for doing your talk. That was brilliant.
Thank you very much. I don't know if any questions came through.
No, there's been no questions. I think everyone's in the auditorium. So, yeah. What we will do, as we said, we'll share the recording with yourself. And then obviously if any questions come in off the back of it, we'll divert them through to you because you've got your stand. And yeah, we'll go from there. But thank you so much. Feel free. You could dial off whenever you're ready and go and join your stand.
Great. So thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks,
Bye now.
Alan. Bye. available in the auditorium, and then we'll just give it another minute or so and we will make a start.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Catherine.
No problem at all. Okay, so that's now set up. Okay. Brilliant. Yeah, that's on there. Okay, so another minute, but as I say, Rach will be picking up from me, so I will just put my camera kind of closed down when you get started, and we'll do our handover that way. So
excellent.
It'll be seamless. You won't even know. Can I just check your pronunciation? Is it Alejandro?
Alejandro, yes.
Alejandro. And is it Tornato?
Tornato.
Tornato.
That's
Okay.
right. Excellent. My goodness. You can pronounce it better than me. Well done, Catherine.
Oh dear. Brilliant. Okay, just another minute and we'll get cracking. Okay, we'll make a start if you're ready. Okay, so hello everyone, welcome to Digital Age Expo. So just before I hand over to our guest speaker, I just wanted to make you aware that we are recording the session. For those of you who are unable to make the specific time slot, you'll be able to watch the recording retrospectively on YouTube. And we'll also have the live stream available in the auditorium now. So if you are sat in the auditorium watching, feel free to click the Join Now button. And you know, it'll allow you to join the Zoom and get involved in any interactive parts of the session. And it'll allow you to use the chat facility and ask any questions that way. Okay, so I am delighted to hand over to our guest speaker. So we have Alejandro Tornato, who is founder and director of Have the Edge. The topic that he's going to be covering is, are you determined to stretch forward? This is your time. So it sounds very interesting. So over to you. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Catherine, I mean, for that introduction. And thank you to every single person, I mean, who is joining me or the ones who are going to get this later on via YouTube. Now, there's no question that for the past year or so, people all over the world have been living in a very challenging times. We've been living in challenging times. I mean, some people call it, and very well deserved, a crisis, a challenging crisis. And what I want to do today is I want to bring a message to inspire, to motivate you, a powerful call of action to thrive in the middle of this or any other challenge that we may be facing in the future. So therefore, for most of us, it is a great time to be stretching forward, because there's no better time than right now to start. Now, when we consider this idea of stretching, we need to look at it from the perspective of going to something and moving towards something. Perhaps it is a different place in your life. So either you're moving forward to something new and exciting, or you are going to shrink and pull back and turning around, looking at what is behind you instead of what is definitely ahead of us, ahead of you. Now, it is a very helpful to remind ourselves of a statement by Abraham Maslow. Now, I'm sure that some of you know who Abraham Maslow is. It was who developed the hierarchy of needs pyramid. And Maslow said the following. He said, we can either move forward into growth or we can move backward into safety. And that is a personal choice. We can either do one or the other, but we can certainly not do both at the same time. Now, at this point, it is an excellent place also to remember a statement by author and speaker Jack Canfield. I mean, you know Jack Canfield, the guy who wrote the series The Chicken Soup for the Soul. And Jack says this: everything that you want that you don't have right now is because it is outside of your comfort zone. Because if you want it badly enough and it was within your comfort zone, you would go and get it with absolutely no problems and no excuses of any kind. But guess what? If that thing that you want in your life is way outside of your comfort zone and you don't have it yet, is because you are not willing to step outside and do whatever it takes. Pay the price to obtain it. Now, everybody knows that this pandemic that we have been suffering globally for a little over a year now has for sure taken everyone outside of their comfort zones. And there is no question about that. You can see it very vividly every day because most of us had to learn to do new things, things that we were not used to do on a daily basis, such as virtual meetings, virtual conferences such as this one, to do webinars, Facebook Lives. We have suddenly become technology and computer Zoom gurus, experts in the virtual world. And that was quite a stretch for some of us. Now, as we keep moving through this presentation, I will share with you some stretch statements. But for right now, what I would like for all of you to do is to think of one word and to keep that word in your subconscious mind for the rest of our time together. And that word is more. M-O-R-E, more. You see, I don't know all of you. I never met you in person. So I don't know your personal stories. Nevertheless, I guarantee you that I do know one thing about each of you. And that is the fact that you want more in your life. No matter where you are in your life right now, you want more life than you have right now. You want to have more than you currently have. You want to do more than you currently do, and you want to be more than you are right now. That's why you are participating on this conference. Now, we want to have more impact in our communities, don't we? And the world at large. We want to have more influence with the people in our teams, in our work, with our families, in our social circles. Now, this brings to mind the law of the rubber band. I don't know, if you ever heard the law of the rubber band. And that is one of the 15 invaluable laws of growth from the very famous book by John Maxwell titled the 15 invaluable laws of growth. And the law of the rubber band states that growth stops when you lose the tension between where you are right now and where you could be in your life. Now, I know that you know this, but nobody buys a rubber band not to stretch it. You see, the value of a rubber band is displayed when the band is stretched. And now I want to quote William Somerset Maugham, the author, that says, "Only a mediocre person is always at his best." Isn't that true? Now, Chris Hodges, who is a pastor of a large church here in the Atlanta area, talks about the vision gap. Now, you might be wondering, what on earth is the vision gap? Well, let me share with you that the vision gap is that space between what you are doing and what you could do. Now, this gap is definitely a stretch in your life. Is going beyond and above yourself. Now, people who are wishing to go back to the normal or even to the new normal. Have you heard that? I want to go back to the normal, or I want to go back to a new normal. Well, let me share something with you right now. There is no new normal. There is no normal. It just doesn't exist. This pandemic gave us an illustration that there is no normal or normality. Now, these people who want to go back to normal, they just want to go back to their comfort zones, their zones of safety. And of course, they're not exploring new alternatives, different ways of doing things. They are not stretching. Now, as a speaker and a leadership and a business team coach, I talk and I interact with many, many people, and most cannot wait to get back to normal or some sort of normality. Well, the truth of the matter is that normal is no more. Don't look for normal, you will not find it. And those who want to get back to normal, really, what they want to do is they want to step back into their zone of comfort. And that is quite the opposite from what I would like to share with you today, which is all about stretching forward. And the first stretching statement that I want to share with all of you is what I call the growth stretch. The growth stretch. And the phrase for this stretch is, there is a better way. There is a better way. Now, there's nothing that I am doing today that cannot be improved. As a speaker, when I go back to a presentation that I have given in the past, I always find new ways to improve it, to make it better, to make it more impactful. For example, today, I am giving my very best in sharing this content with all of you, but that is today. Tomorrow, when I reflect on it, I know for sure that I will find new ways to improve it and to make it better. Now, in any crisis that we may be experiencing, we normally take detours. You see, when you're driving and perhaps the road is blocked, or there's an obstacle in the road, then it gives you directions. The police gives you directions, to take a detour, to take a different road. Perhaps the normal speed has been reduced. And the result is that we cannot get to the place we want fast enough without going through so many twists and turns. And that can be very frustrating to some of us. However, the answer to that is what I called to take the detour tour. The detour tour. And not only to take it, but to maximize it. Now, in that detour tour, you're going to see things that you have never seen, experience things that you haven't experienced, learned new things, new tools, new programs, new apps, and many other things, new ways to pivot your business in order to make it more effective, more successful. And if you have a positive attitude to these new experiences and learning, you will be much better as a result of it, and your business will be so much better. Then, and only then, the question you will be asking is, why on earth do I want to go back to normal? Because I am finding a better way to do things. Now, who said that normal was the best way to do something? I will share another quote by Abraham Maslow, who said this: "The most important learning lessons in my life came as a result of tragedies, crises, deaths, trauma. These lessons came when we were forced, not willingly, but forced to change. And our lives' outlook became incredibly different." You see, Maslow is teaching us a very, very important lesson in relation to this growth stretch that can be summarized in 3 areas. Area number 1, everyone can be improved. Every person can be improved, no matter where you are. Area number 2, everything can be improved. Everything that you do currently can be improved. Believe that. And area number 3, every day has improvement possibilities. Every day has improvement possibilities. Now that brings us to the stretching statement number 2. And that is the creative stretch. The creative stretch. And what the creative stretch says is this: there is always an answer. There is always an answer, possibly more than one answer. You see, one of the characteristics of an artistic, creative person, and part of their DNA, is the fact that they know there are multiple answers out there, and they are constantly looking for them. You see, creative people have a relentless curiosity that keeps them moving all the time in search of answers, in search of solutions to any problem or any situation. They are problem solvers. You see, some people are problem creators, where creative people are problem solvers. You see, creative people are lifelong learners who refuse to quit exploring and searching. These creative individuals have a bent and a passion to find the answer because they know that there is an answer. And where are these answers to be found, you may ask? Well, they're always found outside of the comfort zone. There is a wonderful quote by author Eric Hoffer that states, "In times of change, learners inherit the earth, while the learned, those who think that they know everything, find themselves beautifully equipped to deal with a world that no longer exists. Now, what a powerful quote that is. So the question for you and for me, as we continue moving through this crisis or through any challenge that you may be facing, is this: what are we learning and doing right now that we didn't know or did before this crisis started? In this case, this pandemic, global pandemic started. How are you changing? Are you grateful for this crisis? What are you doing on your detour tour that is helping you to grow and to stretch creatively? These are questions that we should be asking ourselves on a regular basis. And that brings us to stretching statement number 3. And that is the intentional stretch. The intentional stretch. And this states that intentional living is the bridge that connects intentions and actions. You see, everyone has good intentions. I'm sure that you do have good intentions. However, good intentions are overrated. And this intentionality takes you from good intentions to good actions. You see, one of the things that a crisis does is that it moves us away from automatic. You see, another way to describe this danger comfort zone is being in automatic. Another word for automatic could be autopilot. So many people live their entire lives on autopilot. You know, I mean, when you go on a plane and the plane takes off and it reaches a cruising altitude, then the pilot stops controlling the plane. And you said, well, who is controlling the plane? Well, the autopilot is controlling the plane and adjusting to get to the final destination. And most people live their lives on automatic, on autopilot. And that is dangerous. And people who spend most of their life and most of their time there, they live in automatic. Now, we like to be in a zone where we don't have to think much. Things are mostly easy, where there are no challenges, where we don't have to strategize much, and where we just let life happen. As I was preparing for this presentation, this is what I think automatic or autopilot means. A person who loves automatic loves easy, because automatic is easy. People in automatic will not initiate things. They're not looking to start anything. As a matter of fact, if you start something, then you're out of automatic, you're out of your comfort zone, and you're making things happen. You're taking action. And people on automatic don't generally take action. People in automatic, they lack focus. They don't need to focus because everything is automatic. If you're in automatic, then you miss opportunities. Why? Because you're not looking for them. Very simple. Now, if you're in automatic, then you are not open to any kind of change. why would you want to go through the process of change? If you're in automatic, you will reduce your curiosity. Why? Be curious. You may find something out there that you don't know. And you don't want to do that, do you? If you are on automatic. If you're in automatic, you will not stretch. Why? Because you lack the energy to go beyond your current capabilities and expand your potential. And by the way, you have unlimited potential, but people in automatic, they waste their potential. You see, automatic is not contagious. Enthusiasm is contagious, passion is contagious, action is contagious. Automatic is not contagious. I have never met anyone who sees another person inside their comfort zone and says, hey, wow, I would like to be there myself. You see, nothing grows in the comfort zone. Everything is stagnant in the comfort zone. Now, the question now is, what would I take out of automatic to become more intentional right now? That brings us to stretching statement number 4, and that is the thinking stretch. The thinking stretch. And the greatest gap in life is the thinking gap. The way we think will determine what kind of life and experiences we are going to have. Now, let me share a statement from a great book. If you don't have it, I encourage you to get a copy. Is The Magic of Thinking Big. And let me tell you, as a side note, that most people are afraid, they are fearful of thinking big, thinking huge thoughts. Because, hey, what happens if those thoughts become a reality? What am I going to do? And that's why they tend to think very, very small. But in the book, The Magic of Thinking Big, it says, capacity is a state of mind. How much we can do depends on how much we think we can do. When you really believe you can do more, your mind thinks creatively and shows you the way. Isn't that incredible? You see, that reminds me of another statement or quote by Napoleon Hill, the author of Think and Grow Rich, a great book. And he says, whatever the mind can think and believe, the mind can achieve. Everything starts with the mind. Everything starts with a thought. And if you stay in that thought frequency, you will bring that thought into reality. And that's what this statement says, that whatever you think that you can do, that's what you are going to do. So I want you to start implementing these two kinds of thinking. One is called shared thinking, and the second is called sustained thinking. Now, what happens when you share your ideas with other people? And of course, I mean people that you can trust. Remember what Jim Rohn used to say. It says that we are the average of the 5 people that we spend most of our time with. So when you share your ideas with those people whom you can trust, what happens? Well, better thinking is the result of that. Better ideas are born out of that interaction, out of that sharing. And when you maintain an idea in your mind for a certain amount of time and keep working that idea and reflecting upon it, then you get sustained thinking, which gives you deeper thinking. Now, did you know that most people in the world do not think? They think that they think, but they do not think. And they don't spend time in a thought, how they can bring that thought into reality. So sustained thinking gives you deeper thinking. Now, please do not let other people's negative, short-sighted, scarcity, and full of fear kind of thinking invade your mind. Choose to reframe your situation and don't ignore it. Don't ignore it. Acknowledge it, but don't ignore it. And that brings me to the fifth and the last statement, stretching statement. And that is the perspective stretch. The perspective stretch. And when we talk about the perspective stretch, the thought is that there is no finish line. The perspective stretch is a big picture stretch. There's no finish line with this stretch. Now, how we view things is how we do things. Let me repeat that because that is very important. How you or how we view things in our lives, in our professional life, in our business life, if you are a solopreneur, if you're an entrepreneur, how you view things is how you will do things. We need to change our paradigm from how long will this take to how far can I go? Now, has it ever happened to you that, let's say that you are a leader of a team, and you assigned a particular task or a particular project to someone in your team? That person, I guarantee that that person, one of the very first questions that he or she is going to ask is this: how long will this take? How long will this take? Everybody is concerned with how long will something take to complete. But that's not the important question to ask. I would say that's not even the right question to ask. And what is the right question to ask? Well, is how far can I go? You see, it doesn't matter whether this project may take you a week, a month, 6 months, a year, 5 years. That's not the important thing. The important thing is, how far can I go? How far can I grow? How far can I move forward by engaging in this project, in this task? That should be our concentration. Not how long will it take? Now, I will give you a few differences between these two statements. How long will this take is a finish line kind of mindset. You want to know when you're going to be done with it. How far can I go? There is no finish line. It's a matter of growing yourself. It's a matter of you getting better and stronger and developing mastery in what you want to do. How long will this take is goal focused. How far can I go is growth focused. How long will this take emphasizes deadlines, because you know that there is a finish line. How far can I go? It emphasizes on development, your personal growth and development. How long will this take is limited to time. How far can I go? There is no limitations to time. How long will this take emphasizes the fact that there is no more that I can do. When it's finished, it's finished. How far can I go? On the other hand, there is so much more than I can do, because how far can I go? It opens your creativity to keep going and to keep creating new things. How long will this take? Whatever I do is not bigger than me. How far can I go? What I am doing is so much bigger than me, is transcending you. How far can I go? Puts you on a path, on a pathway toward significance. You want to obtain significance in this world. Go with how far can I go? You see, most people have this question in their minds. How long is this crisis? How long is this pandemic going to last? And I believe that there is an even greater and more important question that we should be asking. And is this: what are we doing right now so that when we get to the other side of this crisis, or any crisis that you may be facing in the future, are you much better for it? Is your business stronger, better resourced, more creative, having the ability to pivot and helping people even more? Those are some questions that we should be asking ourselves. And with this, I close this presentation and I close this time that we had together. And I said, remember that today ends at midnight. It doesn't matter where you are in the world, your day ends at midnight. So what will you do today? What will you do today to stretch yourself, not to the normal, not to the new normal, but to something even so much greater and better, to the new you? The new you. Remember what Abraham Maslow said, and what I quoted, that you can either stretch forward into growth, into a growing future, or you can shrink back into safety, into your comfort zone, where nothing ever grows and everything is stagnant without growth. You see, that is a personal choice. I cannot make that choice for you. You have to make that choice yourself. And I truly hope that you would make the decision to stretch, to go beyond and above yourself, and to be on a path towards significance, getting yourself much closer to the very best version of who you can be. Because remember that your potential is unlimited. So thank you so very much. I mean, it's been great to share this few moments with all of you. And if you want, I'll invite you right now, because tomorrow at the same time, in the same room, I will be sharing or giving a sort of a workshop, a seminar on another great topic that I know that is going to help you and motivate you to keep moving forward. And that is cultivating a champion's mindset. Cultivating a champion's mindset. You see, champions are champions because they think and they act in different ways from the rest of the people around them, because they have a different mindset. Do you want to cultivate a champion's mindset? Come and join me tomorrow at this same time, in this same place, and we'll reconnect once again. So thank you once again. Looking forward to it. And whatever you happen to be in the world, have a great rest of the day. Bye-bye and be well.
Thank you so much. I absolutely love that presentation, and I'll definitely, obviously this is recorded, it's live streamed, but we really look forward to welcome you back tomorrow. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, hello. Okay, bye-bye.
Oh no, sorry, I'm still here. I'm still here.
Okay, remind me your name.
So I'm Rachel.
Oh, Rachel, that's it. Catherine was first. Yes,
yeah,
that's right.
God love her. She's got the school run, and we are in isolation, so we're just juggling a few things. It's just, yeah, really difficult at the moment here on the island. It's gone a bit crazy, and as you can tell, it's very hot as well. We're just not built. We've got no aircon.
Okay. Well, I mean, it certainly was a pleasure, I mean, to share this content, I mean, with everyone, and looking forward, I mean, to reconnecting with all of you tomorrow then.
Oh, absolutely. I'll send you a LinkedIn request because you work with Anna.
Yes.
Yes. So I know Anna. I'm connected with her. So I'll message you as well. It'd be lovely to have a catch up maybe in the next couple of weeks.
Excellent. Yes, definitely. Yes. So tomorrow, tomorrow is going to be you introducing, or Catherine?
It will be Catherine back again tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm looking after the seminar hall. But as I say, I had a little bit of space, and I've done this, but I'm really glad I did. It was brilliant hearing it.
Okay. Well, thank you so very much. You have a great rest of the day, Rachel.
Oh, you too. And I'm going to send you a LinkedIn request now. So it'd be grateful. It'd be lovely if you could accept, and then we'll catch up.
Okay, excellent. Yes, just send it to me. Are you sending it to the my email address?
I'm going to connect and request you on LinkedIn as a connection.
Oh, okay, okay. On LinkedIn, and yes, I'll definitely go and accept your invitation. Definitely.
Fantastic. Oh,
Take care.
Thank you so much. You take care.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Rach, are you there? Rachel, are you on?
There you are. I need to turn off my name.
Hello and welcome. My name is Debbie and it's great to see you, everybody here today. Thank you for joining us. Today we're going to talk a little bit about performance coaching. Okay, this meeting is being recorded. I hope everybody got that. Hi, Rachel. Hi, Mark. So today we're going to...
Hi, lovely. Just sorry, Debbie, to butt in. Just that, you know, the live stream has also started. So this is also live streaming as well as recording, but welcome.
Thank you. I did have that. We are being recorded and I go, yeah, well, there we go. Thank you for joining us today. So today we're going to talk a little bit about performance coaching and taking it to a new level using emotional transition coaching. So I know that a lot of you probably have already heard of or experienced some form of performance coaching. And I'm pretty sure that some of you have heard of transition coaching. And however, I can almost guarantee that virtually none of you would have heard of or experienced emotional transition coaching. So now I do know that that is, you know, a little bit presumptuous of me, but there is really a reason that my confidence is fairly high on this. Because currently there are only a handful of practicing qualified practitioners in the country. So you may be wondering, what is emotional transition coaching? There is so much that I would like to share with you today, and I'm just only going to be able to scratch the surface, basically based on the time restraints that we have. Before we get into it, I'd like my presentation to be slightly different in that I'd like it to be a little bit more participation oriented and interactive. Rather than just talking at you with a PowerPoint, I'd rather talk to you as a participant, talk to you and with you as opposed to just delivering a message. In order to do that, I'd like you to post maybe some questions or answers if you have any in the chat and we can go from that and address them from there. So what is it really that we're talking about today? We're talking about taking performance coaching to the next level. And how do we do that? All right, so the first question of the day I'm going to ask is simply, what is your understanding of transition coaching? Okay, so don't be shy. I can only work with honesty, and in this room there's no judge, there's no blaming, judgment, blaming. If I get that right, it'll be a good start for the day. So we're not looking for war and peace. Just, you know, we're time restricted, so it'd be great just to hear what your thoughts are, and we'll get into that in a few minutes. So what is performance coaching? Performance coaching really builds awareness, it empowers choice, it leads to change, and it unlocks personal potential to maximize people's performance. So where then is the problem in performance coaching? Well, the problem is change. In order to maximize your performance, so to speak, one does need to change. So maybe you change your knowledge, maybe you change your skill, results are then based on that, but that's all on a transactional level. Now, to elaborate a little bit, the cycle of learning has 4 stages. So they're called stages of competency. If I get this wrong, people, we're in trouble. Unconscious incompetence. Basically, that means that you don't know that you don't know. Your conscious incompetence really means that you have become aware that you maybe lack a particular skill or you lack some knowledge. Conscious competence, you have learned something, but still have to think about it in order to do it. And the 4th one is unconscious competence. So you've learned how to do something and you've done it so well, you can do it without thinking. So as an example of that would be something like driving a car, maybe. So if we have a look and address some of the issues, based on what a lot of people understand, it is quite clear that there is a missing link. And some of the change is actually transactional and is only really based on your knowledge and your skill. And obviously that impacts results. There's no rocket science in that. The question now is, where do you go if it's not skill or knowledge oriented or related? Where do you go if there's a problem? What is holding that part back? You know, that you just don't understand. What is it? Basically, it's the past. So let's use it for an example, confidence. All right. So how many of you out there have got a product or a service that you provide that you are fully confident in. You love it, you know that it works, and you have all the confidence in that, I don't know, product or service. But yet you're not reaching your full potential in terms of delivery. The product is not, you just don't seem to get it out there. Okay, now I just want you to think about that for a minute. Have you ever been in a situation on the outside, you've exuded this confidence and you feel absolutely great and you're portraying it out there, and yet on the inside, it's a whole different story. It's not what you got going on the inside is not what's going on the outside. There are two words that we can use when this kind of emotional conflict comes into play, and that's basically justify and rationalize. Okay, we overcompensate for our lack of confidence in the product or the service that we're talking about, and we start telling ourselves rational lies, so to speak. But yet on the outside, you're exuding this confidence, you're portraying this confidence. So regardless of what it is, confidence starts with you. Where do you think you learned confidence? You didn't just magically happen on it. And I'm sure that most of you do have a relatively good idea of your confidence and where it came from. Just for information, 0 to 7 is imprinting years. This is when those around you imprint on your life and you learn different things from immediate family and those around you. From 8 to 12, you start to model. You go out and you see your friends, you start watching what other people in your environment as it grows, and you start to model some of the stuff that they do. Then between around 13 and 18, you now are an adult, or you deem to be in your adultish years, and you now start doing it from your own perspective based on what you've learned up to that point and how you've internalized and interpreted some of the information that you've now taken on board. Based on this information, so then your confidence theoretically starts before 7, and then you build on it from there. The positives are not going to hold you back. The negatives are the things that are going to hold you back. So let me explain. As a child, you did something and somebody laughed. Let's say, for example, we'll just use this as an example. And that in itself would have either created a positive or a negative experience, just depending on how you looked at it or how you took it on board. So for example, well, in these examples, we're going to look at the negative because that's the part that's going to hold you back when you're looking at performance coaching. And secondly, this is the first step of what you perceive as undermining your confidence. And this is done on an unconscious level. Strike 1. Let's jump ahead, let's say, to school. Let's say you've got an English lesson and your teacher's asked you to stand up in front of the class and maybe read your homework. Okay, now I'm pretty sure that there are some people out there saying, oh my God, please don't ask me to read anything, Deb. I'm not. Okay, so no need to worry. Just look underneath your chair. Only kidding. We are now adding unconsciously onto the foundation of a perceived undermining of your confidence. Here is strike 2. So now let's look ahead. 1, 2, I don't know, miss a few, 99, 100. Let's skip ahead to our teenage years, the dreaded hormones. We've all had all sorts going on, and we'd all be lying to ourselves if we were not to say that acne has definitely undermined our confidence somewhere, whether it's self-inflicted by looking in the mirror, or maybe our peers making comments or something, and your perception of that. Strike 3. Now let's say strike 4 is, I don't know, applying for a job or a number of jobs. You know you're 100% qualified to do them, and yet you didn't get them. I'll guarantee you that there is a negative internal dialogue that's going on. That's a fact. So now you maybe go for another job, or you start your own business, and you got to now start to perform, and you have to apply yourself in front of people. So what's going to come up? Yep, your past is now going to come to visit. What is the prime directive of the unconscious? For any of you that don't know, it is the prime directive of the unconscious to keep you physically, emotionally, and mentally stable and safe. That's what its prime directive is to do for you. So probably an easier example is the fear of heights, for example. So this is generally a mad thing, a man thing, let's say. Mad, there's a good start to the day. Women do tend to do it, so I'm not letting myself off the hook here. You take your child, you go and visit the Grand Canyon, for example, and generally dads go, come on, let's go and have a look and let's see what's going on, and take the kid over. The kid's kicking and screaming, and the unconscious puts into place the fear of heights because it needs to keep you physically safe. And now all of a sudden, the fear of heights is born. So with this in mind, you can see how the past can undermine your confidence regardless of what you're currently doing now, regardless of how you rationalize those situations and those circumstances. Now, the question here is, how is that actually relevant to performance coaching? Because confidence is not necessarily your knowledge and skill. You may have all the knowledge you need, you may have all the skill that you have, and yet something else is holding you back. Now, most performance coaches do not have the skill to address the emotional element of change. So let's enter now emotional transition coaching. This is the missing link, in my estimation, to performance coaching. So what is emotional transition coaching? Let's have a look at triggers, drivers, and behaviors, just for us to have a look at. So a trigger may be your boss. Let's say you've come to work and your boss has really upset you. And so this is the trigger. You explode, the emotions go off, and based on the back of the emotion becomes maladaptive behaviors. And these are behaviors that are not necessarily good and helpful to us. What is actually happening is that trigger has come from somewhere, and it's come from the past. So when you've got to this point, you've had lessons, you've had experiences, and there has been some kind of emotional, whether it's negative or positive, that is attached to all of those learnings. As I said before, positive is not going to hold you back. It's the negative that's going to hold you back. So the negative emotions are there within that, from your learning, how you've taken it on board, and that's going to create these different behaviors. So it's actually from this part that the emotion drives and the behavior drives, not from the boss. Okay, it's who he reminds you of. So now let's imagine for a minute that the trigger was a flame, just to make it easier. And this pot of your past is a pot of petrol. When that pot is really full, there's not a lot of wiggle room. You know, if you shake it, it's going to spill. And if that spills out and the trigger is, for example, a flame, what's going to happen? Yep, you're right. It's just going to explode. And this is what causes these high levels of negative emotion and then the maladaptive behaviors. Now, emotional transition coaching deals with that pot of petrol. And what we tend to do is we empty out the pot of petrol and we extinguish that flame so that it can't come back and give you all these negative behaviors. So let's look at how the body works. Okay, so the conscious mind is the captain, all right? So the captain tells us where we're going every day, where we're going, what we're doing. The crew, on the other hand, is what runs your body and the emotions and everything that goes with that. I would invite you to consider, in the time that we've been chatting, how often have you had to consider, oh, I need to breathe, or I've got to get my heart beating. That's being done by the crew. That's just how it works. So I don't know, imagine in a ship, the engine room rings up to the captain and says, right, we need fuel, need to make a pit stop. You know, the kitchen rings up and says, I don't know, we've run out of lettuce. And the laundry room says, oh, we've run out of washing powder, so we need to do something about that. If the captain does not listen to the crew, let me just ask you what happened to the Titanic. It's really, really easy. So emotional transition coaching wants to change that. So let's also look at maybe, so we have a river running down the stream, coming down the hill, and there's a rock in the middle. Current emotional, regular performance coaching, if we can't get rid of the rock that's in the middle, what we do is we just divert and we go around the rock and we then continue down the hill. Emotional transition coaching wants to take that rock out of the way and we get rid of the rock. So now the river has a free flow straight down. That is basically the difference between regular performance coaching and emotional transition coaching. So the question is, can you see now how the past impacts the present and how it may have a negative impact on what we're doing within our lives? And it doesn't matter whether it's business, whether it's personal, work, it doesn't really matter. It's all fits into the same pot. How many of you out there can resonate with what I've said so far? So just think for yourself, how many times have you maybe done something and experienced a disproportionate, spontaneous emotional reaction, let's say, to something that you then afterwards looked at and gone, flipping heck, did I really need a sledgehammer to kill that fly? Probably not. The past has come to visit, and so you haven't had time to address the situation, the trigger, and the emotion is kicked off, and the behavior has just come. The time frames to fix that, change it, think about it, isn't there. So emotional transition coaching gives you the time between the trigger and the emotion, and then the kind of behavior. It gives you time to think it through. So can you see now how there may have been an origination of the past to some of the behaviors that you've done now? Emotional transition coaching helps you understand and neutralize the negative emotions and the triggers and the drivers and behaviors that these maladaptive and unhelpful things are doing. You know, these that are stopping you from achieving whatever it is that you're potentially wanting to achieve. You know, in life, we recognize that there are some forms of performance coaching, regardless of it's, but like I said, business, work, personal. We all need some kind of coaching. We're all getting from A to B in life, and particularly with performance coaching, because we do it. We performance coach our children. We performance coach our colleagues at work. We do all of these things. Even your friends come to you and they go, do you know what? I've got this problem and I don't know what to do, and I just freaks out and I went mad and whatever. Okay, the missing link in all of these areas, if you're not getting the desired results and the blocks, that sometimes you just go, I can't put my finger on it. I know that I want to do these things, and yet I can't do anything because I don't know what it is. I don't actually know what is holding me back. Okay, there are many facets to the emotional transition coaching and the impact that it has on performance coaching. And there are a number of things that you can do. Okay, I know that this talk is not very long, and I now get that performance coaching is a really, really big area that a lot of people don't fully understand. And there are many, many coaches out there. I've selected performance coaching as part of what I do, but you've got business coaching. All right, a business coach also, when you get to this emotional block, how do we do it? What do we do? How do we address it? Because we don't actually know how to address it. And emotional transition coaching actually goes in and deals with the negative emotions that surround whatever it is that is holding you back. And we do that in a specific way. We do this in a way that we address the negative emotions surrounding the problems that come from the past. And there are not too many people out there that can actually do that. I know that the product we do definitely makes that change. And whether we do it for performance coaching, whether we do it in a therapeutic environment, doesn't matter where it is. People have blocks that hold them back. And in the workplace, predominantly, so we'll have somebody coming to work and they've got issues at home. Okay, I've just had a recent case where a client is on long-term sick and she's going through performance management, and she's going through human resources is to coming back to work. And the things that were holding her back were not work related. There were things that had happened to her in the past and things that needed to be changed. So it doesn't matter where you are. Performance coaching, emotional coaching, there's just so many, we could go on for hours. So I'd invite you to, if you want to know more about what I do in a longer session, if there are things that you'd like to know more about, a number of you have already seen and come to my stand on 496. Please just make contact with me. You know, we can just have a chat. We can just have a one-to-one, and we can see what your needs are and where we can go from there. So based on that, are there any questions that anybody would like to ask? Nope. Right, well, if there's anything else that I could tell you, then that would be great. Right, let's have a look and see what we're doing. There is, to be honest, I could actually talk a lot about emotional transition coaching. And I think what I'm going to do is, although this was really designed more at emotional coaching versus performance coaching, everything I have to say around emotional coaching can be used with performance coaching, can be used within the arena of trauma, can be used in the arena of a number of things. So anything that you have an emotional trigger to, we work with in so much as we go back to the past. So as an example, we had a gentleman come to us who, this is more from a therapeutic, and yet he couldn't perform in the rest of his life because this is holding him back. So we had a gentleman that came to us. He'd been within the mental health for a number of years, based on a military. I'm being really sensitive as to where this conversation goes. And he came to us and there was nothing anyone could do for him. Came to us and we worked with him, and within 4 days we started our course. We had a training program, and he had already started to make changes. Today he is no longer within the mental health system. He lives at home. He's now married and has a great relationship. And people thought that was not possible. It is possible, people. And I'd like to invite you to please come along, have a chat to me, and let's see what we can do for you. Thank you for that. I don't know what to do now. Sorry, Rachel. There is no one else to interact. It was meant to be more of an interactive.
I know, which I'm so sorry. I've stepped in last minute because I'm actually, that's why I've just had to kind of split myself. I am so interested in what you do, by the way. It's very relevant for me. I've sent you a LinkedIn request because I'd like to pick up separately, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
And I'm so sorry. I was actually hosting a different room,
That's
and I'm
okay.
just trying to literally go across. But honestly, I thought there was going to be a lot more. I don't know whether it's the weather. As you can tell, I'm very red in the face.
If you would switch that on, Barry, I switched the fan off because I thought
I didn't want to make a noise. I'm going to turn it up now.
Yes, do you want to turn the fan on? I am.
Oh my
I'm
God.
sitting here thinking.
Tell me, while we've got time, how did you get into this? If you've got the time to speak to me.
Honey, I was supposed to be on until 5 o'clock.
I know. Do you know what I think though? I was saying to everyone today, I think the weather is literally absolutely. I mean, honestly, I'm roasting. I've got my fan on full blast. I'm like, oh my God, I can hear my son in the paddling pool. I'm like, I am jumping in at 5 o'clock. I'm going straight in that pool.
No, I know. But what I might do is add some more stuff in tomorrow. I was just saying to Barry, what I wanted to be very sensitive to is that I did not want to create. I wanted to avoid crossing the line between performance coaching and therapy. Yeah. Although they interlink, I wanted to be very sensitive to how we put it aside. So I was hoping for more interaction because it's nice to interact with people as opposed to just.
Absolutely. I think, do you know what we've done? This is the first virtual show. It was due to originally be a physical one in the Isle of Man. And then with everything that's happened, I mean, thank God, because COVID's absolutely hit like the last week over here. But I think one learning is we've got all the visitor passes, but there's so much going on. There's so much in the show. I think what a learning for me is we need to be really, really proactive in promoting these speaker slots for the next show, because I think the problem is we've got so many visitors, but they're kind of like, it's like, oh my God, look at this, it's great. And they're going to people's stands, they're dipping in and out of things. So I think, you know, it's definitely learning for next time. I'm really interested. So many moons ago, when I said many moons ago, probably like 15 years ago, I did my NLP, massively interested in coaching. And you're completely right. I think that the perception is people think that you're going to literally, like, you know, be able to kind of give them a, you know, a counselling session and make everything better. And you know, it's a massive, like, you know, preconception of what coaching actually is. I myself very recently actually got my wires crossed, because I thought, oh God, you know, I've got a few kind of battles that I'm dealing with. I need to go and see someone. In actual fact, I was like to my partner, no, it's the coaching I need. It's that mindset. It's not that I'm kind of like, oh God, you know, obviously counseling, I don't want to go into it, but it's changing that mindset. And the transitional coaching is very interesting for me, because it's about moving forward, changing your mindset from what I interpret. And that's something I definitely need. I've been through the last few years. My life has completely changed from being this single, full-time, busy worker, you know, split with my husband, to meeting a partner with 2 kids, having a baby, leaving my full-time finance job to doing, you know, a part-time role, and kind of feeling a little bit, where's my place, you know, and you know, trying to please everyone, you know, it's like your commitments, you know. I was like, my God, give me that 10 hours back in the bank any day over the sleepless nights, any day, you know. And it's my mentality's changed. You know, I was one of those who used to look and think, God, these stay-at-home mums, they've got it so easy.
Now you want to go back to work.
I was like, when's my maternity? Can I cut it short? Can I come back now? Honestly, it's the hardest, most rewarding job in the world. But I think people do not realize that mental challenge, you know, for me, the sleep deprivation, dear God, that's just been, and trying to juggle everything, you know, you've got to get up for work. No one cares if you've done literally 3 nights on the bounce. You just got to get up and get on with it. And it's really hard. It's been very difficult for me to try and move away from, you know, like my brain is still kind of, I think, a few years back, and it's really, really tough, really tough.
The thing is, sometimes mindset's not enough, because some things can be reframed, okay?
Yeah.
But a lot of things, it's not about the reframe. The thing is that there might be a block that's holding you back. Okay, so for example, so I've been working with somebody that's been, let's say you're a woman, I'm a woman, we're off recording. Is this still live recording?
No, I've switched the recording off. And tell you what I'm going to do. Let me just double check and I'll stop.
Because it says live.